됐죠? 리방입니다. 또 이래. 유튜브에 살짝 오류가 있었어요. 채창 대화창이 안 열리네. 코코님 1바, 재호님 오빠? 아유, 감사 모두 리아. 계속 이러네. 아직도 안 됩니까? 되는 것 같아. 자, 66.25 그러니까 40, 50, 60 여기까지 밀었다가 고부근에서 반등. 일단 66.25까지 밀었어요. 좀 더 밀 것 같아 근데. 기다려봅니다. 아 이제 됐네. 참. 아이 개튜브 유튜브 개튜브 개스타기. 자 1시 10분봉 바뀌겠죠. 66.25 121선 15분봉 30분봉 61선. 근데 구름대 하단 조금 더 밀 수도 있다. 반등. 1시간 봉은 뭐 61선이 마이너스 0.14% 구간에 있어요. 1시간 봉 이제 음봉 마감 마무리 될 것 같고, 이 저점이 66.25죠 1시 이후에 66.25 밑에서 반등한다. 그걸 한번 노려보고 싶은데. 매수 5분 남았어요. 주연님 리 좋아요. 아이 감사. (62.75) 62.5 59.5가 아니야. 좀 더 기다려봅니다. 아니면 새벽 3시, 아니 4시죠. FOMC. 설마. 그때까지는 와리가리. 충분히 할 가능성이 있는데. 1시 음봉. 와. 직전 캔들 음봉, 장대 음봉, 저점이 59.5, 59.5보다 더 밑에서 만든 30분 구름대 하단. 와, 130? 야, 15분봉 이거 모른다. 야, 26,036, 35. 살짝 뭐 음전할 수 있어 보이네요. 1시간 봉, 30분 봉. 30분 봉 121선, 15분 봉 241선, 1시간 봉 61선. 26,030대. 야야 모른다. 참 개싸기. 원하잖아. 겁난 척하지마. 더 알고 싶잖아. 천천히 스며들어. 네 맘에 와봐 crush. 벗어날 수 없어 너. One more hit overdose. 빰빰빰 빰빰.
city sights, windows down, blue open skies. You tap your wheel, I catch your eyes. Laugh breaks out and time just flies. Heat waves dance on silver hoods. Horn sounds fade into something good. Strangers stuck on endless lanes, but with you I don't complain. We roll down, feet tap the floor. Radio up, give me a little more. Didn't know a jam like this could feel so bright, so easy, so real. Oh, on a traffic light, you're my daydream, you're my heart. Wave hello, don't say goodbye. Let's stay.
봐봐봐봐봐봐. 좀 움직여라 개싸게 이제 참. 아 또 여지까지 합니다 또. 지금 자리보다 조금 더 밑에서 봤든 아니 159. 아 영 아닌데. 1시간 봉 직전 캔들 음봉 저점이 159.5 요거예요. 기다려봅니다. 아니면 양봉 쪼개기 양봉으로 1시간 봉 살짝 이렇게 이런 패턴도 많이 나오니까.
Take this jam and make it art. Two cars, one beat, one start.
상태 양봉 그 얘기 끝나자마자 참 진짜 개싸게 뭐 알다가도 모르려면 그쵸.
Steel veins, concrete bones, city hustle cut right through your soul. Sirens sing, money talks. Every corner got a legend that walks. Graffiti bleed dreams on the subway walls. Every step got rhythm, every street got calls. High rise there, we never fold. In this jungle, gotta rumble. New York, we rise up. Empire moves, empire moves. New York, we light up. Yeah, shadow, shadow. Brick by brick, we build our throne. This city's heart, we call it home. New York, we rise up. Empire moves, empire moves. Bronx got style, Queensway flags, Brooklyn smile, 5 boroughs deep, love run wild, uptown stories, downtown miles, we grind all day, dance all night, chase big dreams under neon light, no sleep cause the block stay loud, we kings and queens, yeah, say it proud, hands up to the skyline, feel the power in the baseline. Voices blend like jazz and bars. We warriors painted in city scars. New York, we rise up. Empire moves, empire moves. New York, we light up. Yeah, shadow, shadow. Brick by brick, we build our throne. This city's heart, we call it home. New York, we rise up. Empire moves, empire moves.
따라바바바바바바바.
버스 창가에 기대어 흘러가는 풍경 바라보다 어느새 내 귓가에 혼자 피식 웃음이 먼저 널 생각하면 괜히 설레는 마음이 먼저 달려가 내 발걸음보다 빨리 너에게 닿을 것 같아 이 길 끝엔 네가 있을까 내가 찾던 그 미소 조금 서투르게 살아도 괜찮아 오늘은 너를 만나
1시에 트럼프 어카운트 연설해요. 지금 진행 중이에요. 이 어카운트 연설이 뭡니까?
조금 더 가까이 다가가 널 만나러 가 세상에 하나뿐인 이유 조용히 불어오는 네맘 너에게 닿게 해줄래 평소와 똑같은 거리인데 오늘따라 색이 더 예뻐 조금은 두근대는 맘에 괜히 손끝이 차가워져 널 생각하면 괜히 내 모든 하루가 가벼워져 이 순간
뭔가 하고 있어요.
기억하고 싶어져 혹시 너도 같은 마음일까 나만 이렇게
트럼프 어카운트 서밋?
조금 서툴게 웃어도 괜찮아 오늘은 너를 만나러 가 심장이
조동안의 나불나불 들어볼게요.
바람결에 네 이름 불러 조금 더 가까이 다가가 널 만나러 가 세상에 하나뿐인 이유
generation from children. The first time ever, we're going to give every newborn American child a financial stake in the future, head start in life, a fair shot at the American dream, something people don't talk about so much. At least not for the last 4 years, and now they talk about it big. This last period of time has been unbelievable. You see what's going on with our economy, the tremendous investments that's been made in our country.
애기가 울고 있네. 애기 울음소리. 도대체 저게 어디야?
Great. That was 10 years ago. Not even our country. We have $18 trillion and we have thousands of businesses.
참 동서고금을 막론하고 애기 울음소리는 똑같네.
Massive plants, so big. Car plants, AI plants. With the support of the men and women here, this beautiful room, over the next 15 years, we're going to put $3 to $4 trillion of wealth into the hands of young Americans who otherwise would have really started out with nothing. It's really an amazing thing because it gives young children that start out with really nothing, and we give them, boy, it's more money than anybody could imagine. From this standpoint, and have a real start in life. Decades from now, I believe the Trump accounts will be remembered as one of the most transformative policy innovations of all time. I've done a lot of them, tax cuts, we've done a lot of them, more than I think. Delivering, I think this is going to be one of the most transformative. It made this possible too. It actually made this possible.
이게 잘 들린다.
Without it, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Delivering the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And, you know, we did another thing. When you buy a car now,
트럼프 감세법, 팁에도 소셜 시큐리티에도 세금을 부과 안 해요.
I'm the king of deductions. I love deductions. But people, middle-income people, never had a deduction.
감세,
before. Now they're getting a deduction on interest.
디덕션 감세의 왕이야.
That's going to have a huge impact. on the automobile.
왕
By the way, there's
호칭이
one
그렇게 좋은가 봐,
proviso.
트럼프는.
It has to be made in America. If the car is made in another country, no thank you. But
God
they're all
bless
going to be
Korea.
made in America pretty soon because we have factories coming in from Canada, Mexico, Japan, Germany, all over Europe. They're all coming here to make their cars because they don't want to pay tariffs. Very simple. It wasn't very complicated. You'll see those numbers starting to produce. That's why you see these massive construction numbers, and soon when they start opening, you're going to see employment and you're going to see wealth creation for middle-income people like you've never seen before. Every single Democrat in Congress voted to raise taxes on hardworking citizens. Their whole campaign was raise taxes. I've never heard of it before. All my life I grew up, and I hear politicians, we will cut taxes. This is the only group I've ever seen, we're going to raise your taxes. No wonder they lost. Actually, there were other reasons also. But together with the majorities in the House and Senate, we overcame their obstruction, and we put more money into the pockets of every working American than anyone thought even imaginable. Perhaps no provision of the great big beautiful bill will prove more consequential than Trump accounts. Under this program, the U.S. government will automatically create a tax-free investment account for every newborn American child, something that nobody really would have even thought of. There were some brilliant people that thought of it for a long time. They're here with us today. We're going to introduce a couple of them. But nobody really, I mean, I've had friends that the top people in business, they came up to me, whose idea was this? This is great. They said, I never thought of that. We'll fund those personal accounts with a seed contribution of $1,000, which will compound and grow over the course of their lives and could grow into very, very substantial numbers. Parents, employers, churches, states, and loved ones will also be able to add up to $5,000 in additional money for those accounts. And with every modest contribution, Trump accounts should reach at least $50,000 in value by the time the child turns 18, and could be very substantially more than that. With slightly greater contributions, the typical account will grow to $100,000, $200,000. It can even grow up to past $300,000 per child. And we think most likely, the most likely cases in the $200,000, $300,000 range. The size and scale of this wealth will dwarf all government programs ever created to benefit America's youth. There's never been anything like this. That's why everybody's talking about it. Even really people that truly hate me are making this investment. One person hates my guts. He put $1 billion into it. I said, you must like this program a lot because you can't stand me. I said, I do, but I do like you more than you think. They liked me more in the last year than they liked me before. Although we had a great first term, we can't forget that. We're the greatest economy in the history of our country, but this is blowing it away. So every president, thank you. Every president in modern history has left our children with nothing but debt. But under this administration, we're going to leave every child with real assets and a shot at financial freedom. We'll ensure that Americans don't just end their lives with a nest egg, but instead all Americans will begin their lives with a beautiful nest egg. There's never been anything quite like this. I want to express my tremendous gratitude to a very special couple who did so strongly in this vision right from the beginning, that they personally donated $6.25
시장에 영향을 줄 만한 뭐
even the 250 is a lot of money when you think.
해주지 않는 이상.
Nikki, do you hear that money? That's big even compared to wrapping all the money she makes.
트럼프가 문제가 아니라
She's hearing a number like that. She say, how many
FOMC 그리고 원장 마감 이후에 빅테크 실적.
Amazing things.
세상의 온갖 이목은 거기에 집중돼 있죠. 기대와 경계감 때문에
25 million children aged 10 and under. And that's Michael and Susan Dell, two incredible people. Where are you, Michael? Where's Michael? Stand up, Michael. What a great guy. What a great guy. You know, I tell you, he didn't do it for his business. He did it, I guess, probably would have been better off not to. That's a lot. But you know what? I hope everybody goes out and buys Dell computers. My son, I told you, Barrett, he loves that computer. I don't know what the hell you're doing to it, but he likes it. But I just want to thank you very much, and Susan, it's unbelievable, really unbelievable what you've done. So Michael and Susan made this donation in recognition of America's 150th anniversary, because there's no better way to honor America's history than to invest in America's future. That's what they did. And this is perhaps the largest, one of the largest, certainly, but perhaps the largest private donations of all time. That's a lot, $6,250,000,000. And somebody did say that. A friend of mine, very rich, he's going to put up $100 million. And he said, geez, you know, think of it, the 250 that Michael has is a lot more than mine. And I haven't even talked about the 6 billion. But anyway, it's amazing when Michael can start off with very little money and build a fortune where he can, you know, routinely make such a payment and investment in the youth of our country. Michael, you're great. Thank you, man. Thank you. And I also want to say hello to and thank some very special people that have been with my administration and really become friends of mine. On occasion, I have little arguments, but generally, I would say really good. And who's doing, and start off with a man who's doing a phenomenal job, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott, thank you very much, Scott. And he loved this right from the beginning, Scott, right? He saw this and he said, wow, what a great idea that is. This is, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time they reach 18, but we can go 21. They can keep it in longer. But he saw this right from the beginning. He said, wow, this is great. And we have some other ideas that hit everybody. This was an easy one to think about. And again, that bill allowed us to do this. Otherwise, can you imagine trying to get this approved by Democrats and Republicans? Let's get together. We got it done. Also, a man who's made your life much easier, because those of you that are building plants and equipment so you can give your money, ultimately you're giving your money away anyway, no matter how much you make. But he's made it a lot easier. You know, approvals for big plants used to take 20 years, 25 years, and then you'd get rejected, actually. You'd go 20 years environmentally and they'd reject you. You finally, if I think of it, a guy starts young, he starts an approval process. By the time he's middle-aged, they take a vote and he loses. It's not worth it. But we have a man that's getting these things done in a matter of weeks. And the biggest plants in the world are being built right now, and he's getting them done fast. He's getting electric plants built.
자, 이제
so
150 슬슬.
So they can open up their AI plants, and they can
이
open
자리에서
up
반등
their
못하면 정말
automobile
진짜
plants.
음전할 수도
Less or
있네.
so. The automobiles, believe it or not,
64.
take much less electricity.
26,030, 40.
So much electricity to create information. I said, what's your primary product? Information. Oh, I see. Information. It better be damn good information for the kind of money. But Lee Zeldin is a star, and he is, Lee Zeldin is a star, and he has been incredible. Thank you, Lee. And, you know, I have to say this, Scott and I were talking about it. So Lee went out to California after the fire, which would have never happened if they would have let the water flow from the Pacific Northwest, which everybody's been telling them, including me. Now I just opened it up. We literally sent in the military to open it up. But if they would have let, you wouldn't have had the fires, because you would have had a little thing called old-fashioned way, water in the fire hydrants, as opposed to empty fire hydrants. You would have had water, and most of the houses had the sprinklers on top. No, there was no water in their sprinkler in their living room. All those fires wouldn't have started. But they did start, and I will say that Lee, the most difficult permit was Lee. I went there a couple of days after the fire, met so many people on the streets. There were, in many cases, fairly wealthy people, some very rich people. Some of the best houses in California burned down. And I said to him, so what do you want to do? They said, sir, we want to start immediately. Well, we'll get you permits. Now, the hardest permit, Lee, was the federal permit. Is that right? He got everything done in 20 days, right? The whole thing? Is that a correct statement? 20 days. So he got everything done, 100% ready to go. And I went for a meeting, and this mayor, who's a grossly incompetent person, she said, we're going to try and have the permits done within 2 years. Remember that? I got into an argument. I said, you mean within 2 days, right? She said, no. And I'm meeting all these people as I'm walking along the streets with the fire departments and the policemen, and they're all devastated. You know, they're still smoldering. They weren't even allowed to go in their property. The Environmental Protection Agency local said, don't go in your property, okay? We said, okay, don't worry about it. Any problem is gone. Any problem is burned. Any germs are burned. They're burned. They were burned. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. But all so unnecessary that it happened. But we got it all done in 20 days, the whole place. And yet now, still, more than a year later, they don't have permits. Almost nobody is building. So I haven't told this to Lee Zeldin yet, but I'm going to put you in charge of getting permits. I think we're going to override the local authorities because they're never going to have it. And when I was told that there's a provision where you can override the local authority to get things done, in case of, because it's really, to me, it's a national emergency. What they've done to these people is horrible. It's just horrible. And they'll still vote Democrat. Can you believe it? After all, it's just, they get used to it. Although I must say we converted many. We'll probably convert a lot more. But I just want them to get into their houses. And I don't want a big section of the area built into low-income housing. They want to put low-income housing right smack in the middle of it. And it's not the American dream, you know? You didn't do that. And low-income housing is great. I built a lot of low-income housing, but you don't put it there. This is one of the richest neighborhoods in the world, and we're going to let those people. And I recommended strongly that everybody gets the approval, immediate approval to build a house, and you give them a 10% bonus so they can build a house 10% larger than they had before if they want, for all the suffering they've been caused. So they can build a little bit bigger house. So Lee, if you want, will you accept the job? He's under a lot of stress. Okay, all right? Override those people. Those people are incompetent. Between the mayor and the governor, they're incompetent. They'll never get approved. They'll never get approved. So do whatever you can, Lee. There's a provision that you're allowed to do it. I'll sign it.
지금 49.5보다 조금 밑에서.
I also want to introduce a
뭐
man.
충분히 반등할 수 있는 구간이긴 한데.
Now, if you met
여기서 슈팅 나오는 거 아니야?
he's quiet, but he's actually
여태까지 기다렸는데.
He was one of the biggest people in business. He would be sitting with you. In fact, now he's got a better seat because he's working for the government. He's the head of a lot of things, but the job he's done in this country is great. And he's working on Social Security and a thing called the IRS. He's working with Scott on both of them, really, but the IRS in particular. And he is a fantastic man. Where are you, Frank? Took the biggest pay cut in history. He went from being paid $35 million a year to being paid about $35 a year. I think you may have taken the biggest pay cut in history. He'd be close. He'd be one of the top 5, because a few people have done that. Few billionaires have sort of left. But Frank has gone from one of the most successful people. He worked with Jamie Dimon. I don't think Jamie likes me too much nowadays. That's okay. I never minded that. But Frank, you are fantastic, and you're doing a great job. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you to the family. The director of National Economic Council, a man who's in the news a lot. You know, my only problem is I don't want to lose him. I will tell you that he's working from a big deficit because I don't want to lose him. He's so good. Kevin Hassett. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. A friend of mine, a senator who has been unbelievable. She's a tremendous woman, tremendous.
그러니까 도란프 어카운트가 도란프 계좌.
Her husband is
그러니까 세금 환급
massive man.
세금 환급 시기가 된 것 같아요.
I guess for 11 years he was top of the line player. I met him. I said,
관세로 돈 벌어들여서
look at this guy.
감세법
Guy was serious
세금
and powerful, big, and he's as nice as he is big. And she is one of our best senators, Senator Katie Britt.
환급해주고.
Thank you, darling.
어쨌든 지금 시장 관련 뭐 얘기는 없는 것
Alabama, I
같아요.
love Alabama.
중요한 거는
We love Alabama.
새벽 4시
Marsha
그죠?
Blackburn is
새벽
an
4시
incredible person. Unfortunately, she's running for governor. She's running
어,
for governor of Tennessee. I'd love her not to. I begged her. I said, Marcia, we don't want to lose you in the Senate. But I have to say they're lucky. They're lucky to get you because you are a talent and a great person, and you've been with me all the way. I appreciate it. And you're very special.
저는 이제 뭐 잠깐 쉬었다가 돌아와서 새벽 4시 이제 FOMC
And a senator who's a friend of mine.
결과 나오고 4시 반에 파월 연준이자 연설 기자회견 이렇게 함께 보기로 해요. 잠깐만 휴식하고 돌아오겠습니다. 새벽 한 2시간 15분 3시 45분에 돌아올게요. 자, 이따 뵙겠습니다.
He's a very tough guy, very brilliant guy. In fact, when I said, because I had never gone into a debate before officially, my whole life was a debate, but I'd never debated before officially. And I said, let me find out about my competition. Who are these people? Because many of them, they were senators and mostly senators and governors. And I said, well, why don't we start with this guy named Ted Cruz? Let me, well, he was the best student at Harvard. #1 in his class. He was the best student at Princeton or something. And he was the national debate champion for 3 years. And I said, well, I don't like that. I didn't know that. I don't like that. And he was a very good debater. I will tell you that. He's a smart guy. But I'll never forget, because he was the first one I looked at. I've just joined the ranks of politics. And the first famous, that was the Rosie O'Donnell. Remember that? Only Rosie O'Donnell? Ireland, you can keep her. Ireland has done us tremendous. The head of Ireland said, are all your people this way? We don't want that. But Ted Cruz has one thing that I like. If I ever have problems, because it's hard to get people approved, he's a brilliant legal mind. He's a brilliant man. If I nominate him for the United States Supreme Court, I will get 100% of the vote. The Democrats will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out. And the Republicans will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out, too. Where's Ted? Where are you, Ted? And with all of that being said, he's a great guy, too. He's a great...
In this coffee shop solitude, I'm finally finding my roots. The barista knows my order by heart. Double espresso, extra foam. We exchange smiles for few words, and that's perfectly at home. With this version of myself I'm creating, one quiet morning at a time. No rushing, no chasing, just this life of mine. I sketch margins of my notebook, ideas that might go nowhere, but it doesn't matter because this moment's about being here, fully present in my skin, not worried about what's next, just breathing in the cinnamon, letting my mind rest. In this coffee shop solitude, I'm discovering parts of myself I never knew. No distractions, no pretending, just the honest truth of who I am when nobody's watching, who I am when the world goes mute. In this coffee shop solitude, I'm finally finding my roots. I used to be afraid of being alone, thought it meant I was lonely, that something was wrong with me. But now I understand that solitude is different from loneliness. It's a choice, a sanctuary, a place where I can hear my own voice above all the noise. People think you need to always be surrounded by friends and lovers and noise, but sometimes the most profound connections happen in the quiet with your own voice. I'm learning what I like, what I believe, what makes me laugh when no one's there, finding strength in my own presence, learning self-care. The rain starts falling outside the window, soft rhythm on the glass. I order another coffee, let another hour pass, not wasting time, investing it in knowing who I am, not running from myself anymore, making peace with this man. In this coffee shop solitude, I'm discovering parts of myself I never knew. No distractions, no pretending, just the honest truth of who I am when nobody's watching, who I am when the world goes mute. In this coffee shop solitude, I'm finally finding my roots. And when I leave this place tonight, I'll carry this peace inside, the knowledge that I'm complete, all on my own. I'm not afraid of quiet anymore. It's where I've grown in my coffee shop solitude. I found my home. Yeah, yeah. This is my sacred space, my thinking place, where I embrace all that I am, all that I'm becoming, in the gentle humming of this coffee shop solitude. I'm learning that being alone can feel like coming home. Coming home. I'm not good at this, never have been saying what I mean. When it comes to you, you make me nervous in the sweetest way. I rehearse conversations that never go as planned. I'm yours if you want me, trying to say it without saying it. In every little thing I do, hoping you'll notice too. The way I laugh at your jokes, even the bad ones. How I remember details you mentioned once in passing. I'm terrible at being subtle, but terrified of being obvious. So I exist in this middle space where everything means something. I made you a playlist, took me 3 days to get it right. Songs that say what I can't, hoping you'll read between the lines. I'm yours if you want me, has been true for a while now. Just waiting for the right moment to let you know somehow. My friends say I should just tell you that life's too short for maybes. But what if you don't feel the same? What if I ruin what we have? I'd rather have you as a friend than risk losing you completely. But these feelings keep growing and I'm running out of room to hide them. I'm yours if you want me. It's simple and complicated. I'm standing at the edge of something that could change everything. You touched my hand yesterday, just for a second, and I felt it everywhere for hours after. These small moments, they're keeping me going, building hope that maybe you feel it too. The way you look at me sometimes, like you're seeing something I don't even see in myself, makes me think I'm not alone in this. I'm yours if you want me. No pressure, no expectations, just putting it out there in case you've been wondering. I know timing's weird, we're both in strange places, figuring out our lives, but something about this feels worth it. Worth the risk, worth the possibility of something beautiful, or the heartbreak if it's not. I'm learning to be braver with my heart, even though it scares me, especially because it scares me. You deserve to know that someone sees you, really sees you, and thinks you're incredible. I'm yours if you want me, not trying to convince you, just being honest about where I stand. If you don't feel the same, I'll understand. We'll probably be awkward for a bit, but I'll get over it. I just needed to say it, even if indirectly. Even in a song you might not hear, it feels important to admit. I'm yours if you want me, been yours for longer than I realized. doesn't change how I feel, but I hope you do. I really hope you do, because I think we could be something really good. I'm yours if you want me, standing here, heart in my hands, hoping you'll be gentle with it. Either way, I'm glad I know you, glad you're in my life, even if it's just as this. But if you want more, if you feel even half of this, I'm here. I'm yours. I'm yours if you want me. And I think you should know that before another day passes, where I keep it to myself.
Woke up thinking about you, and it didn't scare me this time. Just made me smile into my pillow like an idiot. We've only just started, barely scratched the surface, but something about this feels different, feels right. Like first light breaking through after a long night. You're coloring everything, shades I forgot existed. I'm nervous in the best way, scared I'll mess this up, but excited more than anything to see where this goes. Your text just came through asking how I slept, and I'm grinning at my phone like I'm 17 again. First light, first touch, first time I'm feeling this much in a long time, and I'm not running from it. Every conversation reveals something new. I'm collecting these details like treasures. The way you think, how your mind works, what makes you laugh, what keeps you up at night. I wanna know it all in this gentle unfolding. No rush, just curiosity and genuine interest. First light, first touch, first time I'm feeling this much in a long time, and I'm letting it happen. I'm usually guarded, keep people at arm's length, but with you I wanna lower the walls, not all at once, just brick by brick, showing you who I am, hoping you'll stay. We went for a walk last night, ended up talking for hours, didn't even notice the sun had come up. That's when I knew this is something special. You're someone special, and I'm falling into this first light with open eyes and an open heart, ready for whatever comes, just happy to start. First light, first touch, first time I'm believing this much, that something good is finally here. I don't know where we're going, but I know I want you there. In this beginning, this first light we share, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe it's too soon to feel this way, but first light doesn't wait, it just breaks through anyway. So I'm letting you in to this new beginning, this first light within.
The apartment feels too big tonight. Your absence fills the space with ice. I talk to walls that don't reply.
and cry the tears I kept inside. The loneliness is like a storm that never passes, never comes. I'm living in the shadows and silence of a love that used to shine. Every moment drags on endless since you're no longer mine. I'm reaching through the darkness for a hand that's not there. Living in the shadows and silence of loving you somewhere, but you're not here. You're not here. I set the table just for one, but I forget that we're not done. Then reality crashes down and I'm alone in this ghost town. The loneliness is like a storm that never passes, never comes. I'm living in the shadows and silence of a love that used to shine. Every moment drags on endless since you're no longer mine. I'm reaching through the darkness for a hand that's not there. Living in the shadows and silence of loving you somewhere, but you're not here. You're not here. I miss your voice calling my name. I miss the warmth of your embrace. I miss the way you made me brave. Now all I have is empty days and nights that stretch too long. I'm barely holding on in this world where you don't belong anymore to me. I'm living in the shadows and silence of a love that used to shine. Every moment drags on endless since you're no longer mine. I'm reaching through the darkness for a hand that's not there. Living in the shadows and silence of loving you somewhere, but you're not here. You're never coming here. I'm trapped in shadows and silence, wishing you were near. The apartment feels too big tonight without you here to hold me tight. Shadows and silence, that's all I have left now. If you ever think of me, I hope it's not in pieces. Not the version of us that only knew how to break. I hope it comes softly, like a familiar street, somewhere you once walked without needing a reason to be there. I don't replay our ending the way I used to before. I stopped asking the night why it took you away from my door. There was a time I waited, like waiting was all I knew. Counting hours in silence, hoping time would bend toward you. But something shifted slowly, not all at once, not loud. I learned how to live my days without asking where you are now. If you ever think of me, I hope it doesn't feel heavy. I hope it feels like a pause, not something you had to carry. I found myself again in the middle of ordinary days, in the quiet between conversations, in small unremarkable ways. I learned that missing someone doesn't mean you disappear. It just means love once passed through and left something sincere. Some nights are still longer than I expect them to be, but they don't ask me or reopen what we closed, then I'll smile like someone who knows where she stands, who loved deeply once and survived with open hands. And if we never meet again, I'll still wish you well, not from distance, not from pride, but because I truly can now. If you ever think of me, I hope it's with ease, not because I'm waiting, but because I finally found my peace. Candles burning on a cake I bought myself. 27 never felt so strange. Used to count the hours till you text at midnight. Now I'm just counting what has changed. Scrolling through old messages from years before, when you planned surprises I adored. Now the only gift that's wrapped tonight is the silence that you've given me to endure. Used to hate surprises, but I love the yours. Now I'm wishing for anything at all, just a sign that somewhere you remember this day matters even through it all. It's my first birthday without your call, without your voice singing off key. The cake tastes different somehow when there's no one here to celebrate me. First birthday without your call, the hardest milestone yet to face. I'm blowing out these candles hoping that next year won't feel this way. Friends are trying hard to make me smile, taking me to places bright and loud, but in the middle of their cheering I just feel so lost inside the crowd. Someone asked me to make a wish tonight. I close my eyes, but all I see is your face lighting up those candles, telling me how proud you'd always be. The clock strikes 12, another year begins, but you're not here to hold me close. I'm growing older in this lonely skin, missing what I needed most. It's my first birthday without your call, without your voice singing off key. The cake tastes different somehow when there's no one here to celebrate me. First birthday without your call, the hardest milestone yet to face. I'm blowing out these candles hoping that next year won't feel this way. Maybe you're somewhere thinking of me too. Maybe you forgot what day it is. Maybe you're celebrating someone new. Maybe that's just how it is. I saved your number under do not call, but I can't bring myself to delete the years of birthdays in my camera roll when we were still complete. It's my first birthday without your call, without your voice singing off key. The cake tastes different somehow when there's no one here to celebrate me. First birthday without your call, the hardest milestone yet to face. I'm blowing out these candles hoping that next year won't feel this way. Here's to getting older without you here. Here's to learning how to stand here. Here's to birthdays yet to come where maybe I'll understand why you had to leave, why we had to end. But tonight I'm just sitting here wishing you'd call again. can see written in my history, traces you left behind keep me company. They're all I have of you and me. Shadows dancing in the afternoon, humming fragments of a favorite tune. I'm collecting every piece you drop, building altars where we stop. These traces you left behind stay kind, gentle echoes in my mind. Maybe I should clear these spaces out, start fresh without a doubt. But these traces are my proof that we existed. That's the truth. Traces you left behind give me peace, they help my aching slowly cease. Shadows dance and teach me how to smile, making loneliness worthwhile. I'm grateful for each piece you dropped, sacred moments never stop. These traces you left behind feel right, turning darkness into light. You're still here, you're still near, in traces I hold dear. You're still here, crystal clear in everything. You're here.
Woke up to you breathing soft beside me, your hair resting gently on my chest, tangled in these sheets since Sunday morning. This is what it means to be blessed. The way you smile before you open your eyes, like you're dreaming something sweet. I could stay right here forever, where our hearts meet. Nothing else matters when you're here with me. All the world outside can wait, we've got all the time we need. Sunlight on your hair, dancing through the curtains. Every little moment with you feels like it's worth it. The way you laugh at nothing, the way you hold my hand. Sunlight on your hair makes me understand what it means to love someone with everything I am. We make breakfast to old vinyl records. You're spinning in your favorite dress, singing off key to the chorus, and I'm falling deeper, I confess. The scrambled eggs are burning, but we don't care. We're too busy being alive in this kitchen, and this morning where everything feels right. You steal a kiss and it tastes like coffee, sweet and warm and real. This is how forever's supposed to feel. Sunlight on your hair, dancing through the curtains. Every little moment with you feels like it's worth it. The way you laugh at nothing, the way you hold my hand. Sunlight on your hair makes me understand what it means to love someone with everything I am. You asked me once what happiness looks like, and I didn't know how to answer. But now I know. It looks like this, like us, like ordinary moments that feel extraordinary just because you're in them. We talk about our dreams over breakfast, make plans we might not even keep. But it doesn't matter where we're going as long as you're here with me. The afternoon sun paints gold across the floor, and we're dancing in the light. Two souls finding their rhythm, everything's alright. Sunlight on your head, dancing through the curtains. Every little moment with you feels like it's worth it. The way you laugh at nothing, the way you hold my hand. Sunlight on your head So let's make this moment last as long as we can stand. With sunlight on your hair, I finally understand. This is what it means to love someone with everything I am. Everything I am. I've been carrying things that aren't mine to hold. Stories people told me about who I should be. But I'm starting to outgrow these borrowed clothes, finding my own voice underneath the noise. Took me years to realize I don't need permission to change my mind, to choose different paths. I'm outgrowing old versions of who I thought I was, shedding expectations, learning to trust my gut. Not the person I was yesterday, and that's okay. I'm allowed to evolve, allowed to change my ways. Used to apologize for everything, for taking up space, for having needs, for being myself. But I'm outgrowing that too, the shame, the doubt, finding solid ground in who I'm becoming now. I'm outgrowing old versions of who I thought I was, shedding expectations, learning to trust my gut. Not the person I was yesterday, and that's okay. I'm allowed to evolve, allowed to change my ways. How to change my ways. My parents did their best, but their dreams aren't mine. And that doesn't make me ungrateful, just means I'm finding my own line. Friends from years ago might not recognize me now, and that's fine. I've outgrown that crowd, not in a bitter way, just in a natural one. People change, seasons turn, and I'm moving toward the sun. I'm learning what I value, what I'll stand up for, what I'll walk away from, who I wanna be at my core. I'm outgrowing people pleasing, saying yes when I mean no, setting boundaries without guilt, watching my garden grow. Not everyone will like it, some will try to pull me back to who I was before, but I'm not going back. I'm outgrowing old versions of who I thought I was, shedding expectations, learning to trust my gut. Not the person I was yesterday, and that's okay. I'm allowed to evolve, allowed to change my ways. How to change my ways. It's growing up, it's growing out, finding what I'm about. It's messy and it's hard, but I'm proud of where I am. Even in the middle, even in the questioning, I'm finding something real. I'm becoming someone I actually like, someone I'm proud of being, that's worth the fight. I'm outgrowing the fear of being misunderstood, of standing alone, of choosing what's good for me. And maybe that's what growing up is, just outgrowing what doesn't fit, making room for who you are instead of who you're supposed to be. I'm still figuring it out, still making mistakes, but I'm outgrowing the need to have it all figured out today.
This wasn't the plan, this city, this job, this version of life I'm living right now. I had dreams that looked different, mapped out my 20s down to the detail, but life had other ideas, so I'm learning to bloom where I'm planted, making peace with the unexpected, finding beauty in the detours. My apartment's smaller than I wanted, neighborhood's not trendy, but there's a coffee shop downstairs that knows my order by heart. and that counts for something. These little connections, building a life from what's here instead of mourning what isn't. I'm blooming where I'm planted, not settling, just present, watering what's in front of me, watching it grow. Career's not where I thought it'd be, still figuring out my path, but I'm learning things that weren't in any plan. Patience, resilience, how to start over, how to find meaning in the ordinary. I used to think happiness was somewhere else, in the future, in another city, in a different version of myself. But I'm blooming where I'm planted, and it's teaching me that joy doesn't wait for perfect circumstances. Made friends with my neighbor, she's 73, tells me stories about her youth, about all the plans that change, and she's happy, really happy, not despite the changes, but because she embraced them. I'm blooming where I'm planted, like she did, like I'm learning to do one day at a time. Some days I still wonder, what if I'd chosen differently, taken that other job, moved to that other place. But then I look around at what I've built here, the relationships, the growth, the person I'm becoming, and I think maybe this is exactly where I need to be. Not forever, just for now. I'm blooming where I'm planted, sending roots down deep, so when it's time to move, I'll carry this strength with me. Started a garden on my balcony, tomatoes and herbs, watching them grow from tiny seeds to something real. It's a metaphor, obviously, but it's also just nice to nurture something, to see progress in small ways. I'm blooming where I'm planted, finding my own way to thrive in this soil, to make this place home. Not the home I expected, but a home nonetheless, built from acceptance and intentional joy. I paint my walls colors I love, host dinners in my small kitchen, dance alone in my living room, make this space mine. I'm blooming where I'm planted, and it's not giving up on bigger dreams, just honoring where I am, because this matters too. This in-between place, this season of life that doesn't look impressive on paper, but feels important, feels like growth, feels like becoming someone I actually like. I'm blooming where I'm planted, and maybe that's the point, not to wait for perfect conditions, but to grow anyway. To find sunlight in unexpected places, to reach toward it with everything I've got. So here I am, blooming where I'm planted, grateful for the roots I'm growing here. Standing in line at the pharmacy when suddenly the world just stopped. That scent that used to be just you hit me like a lightning drop. Turned around expecting your face, but found a stranger standing there, wearing your signature fragrance, and I couldn't help but stare. One smell and I'm transported back to mornings, tangled in your bed. How can something so simple mess this badly with my head? Your perfume in the crowd just broke me, brought me back to where we were, one whiff and I'm completely lost in memories of her. Your perfume in the crowd, it haunts me, every molecule's a trigger point, taking me to places where we used to be so joined. Can't escape your perfume in the crowd. I followed her for half a block before I caught myself and quit. Realized how crazy I must look, but I just wanted more of it. that vanilla jasmine combination mixed with something undefined. The scent that marked your presence is now messing with my mind. I haven't smelled it since you left. Thought I'd forgotten how it felt, but one accidental encounter and I'm drowning in what we once told. Your perfume in the crowd just broke me, brought me back to where we were. One whiff and I'm completely lost in memories of her. Your perfume in the crowd, it haunts me. Every molecule's a trigger point, taking me to places where we used to be so joined. Can't escape your perfume in the crowd. Now I'm hyper aware of every person passing by me on the street, scanning for that certain fragrance that would make my heart skip beats. It's torture, but it's also comfort, proof that you were really real, that what we had existed even though it couldn't heal. Your perfume in the crowd just broke me, brought me back to where we were. One whiff and I'm completely lost in memories of her. Your perfume in the crowd, it haunts me. Every molecule's a trigger point, taking me to places where we used to be so joined. Can't escape your perfume in the crowd. Maybe I should buy a bottle, keep it hidden in my drawer for nights when I need to remember what it felt like to be sure that someone wore that scent for me, that someone was my home. But for now I'll just be haunted by strangers wearing what you've worn, what you've worn. Tomorrow doesn't scare me anymore. It used to sit heavy on my chest, like a question I couldn't answer. No matter how hard I tried my best, I planned every step too carefully, afraid of getting wrong, as if one mistake would erase everything I was working on. But life kept moving anyway, with or without my control. It taught me how to loosen my grip and trust the way things unfold. I stopped asking for guarantees, stopped needing to know the end. I learned that courage can be quiet and still strong enough to stand. Tomorrow doesn't scare me anymore. It doesn't ask me to be brave. It just shows up like an open door and lets me decide how to step inside the day. I don't rush into the future now, I walk beside it instead, letting moments meet me halfway instead of living inside my head. There are still days that feel uncertain, I won't pretend they don't, but uncertainty doesn't own me. It visits and then it's gone. I learned that fear grows louder when you never let it speak, so I sit with it gently until it loses its need to scream. I found peace in simple routines and mornings that start the same, in knowing I don't have to be extraordinary to feel proud of my name. Tomorrow doesn't scare me anymore, not because everything is clear, but because I trust myself enough to meet whatever appears. plan. I don't need to be ahead, I just need to keep showing up with an open heart instead. If love changes, if paths divide, if dreams take another form, I know I'll still be standing. When the night gives way to morning, tomorrow doesn't scare me anymore. It feels like space, not a test, a place where I can breathe and let my life do the rest.
I'm driving through the city lights alone. The radio plays our favorite song. I reach to hold your hand, but there's just air. An empty passenger seat where you're not there. The street lights blur like tears in my eyes. I'm searching for you in the night skies. Every red light is a moment to remember. Every green light takes me further from December. When you were here beside me, singing loud, off key but proud, making me laugh. Now the silence is so heavy in this car. I don't know how I drove this far without you here to navigate this lonely highway of my fate. The GPS knows all our routes by heart, but it can't guide me back to the start, back to when you loved me true, back to me and you. This empty passenger seat is breaking me in two. Every mile I drive, I see the ghost of loving you. I'm going nowhere fast, living in the past with this empty passenger seat, reminding me of all we used to be and all you meant to me. Yeah, all you meant to me. Hey, I pass the places where we used to park and steal those kisses in the dark. I'm just circling with no destination, trapped inside this isolation, this devastation. The drive through where we get fries at midnight, the overlook where we watch the sunrise, the bridge where you first said you loved me. All these memories are drowning me. I can't escape them on these roads. They're the only story that I know. Your laughter echoes in the backseat, your perfume lingers bittersweet. I'm haunted by what used to be in this car that's killing me. The GPS knows all our routes by heart, but it can't guide me through this dark. Can't bring you back to me, can't set me free. This empty passenger seat is breaking me in two. Every mile I drive, I see the ghost of loving you. I'm going nowhere fast, living in the past with this empty passenger seat, reminding me of all we used to be and all you meant to me. Yeah, all you meant to me. I should pull over, should turn around, go back to life before I found the courage to admit I'm lost without you here at any cost. But I keep driving through the night, hoping somehow I'll see your light, waiting at the end of some road to bring me home, to bring me back to where we started. Before I left you broken hearted, I'd give anything to have you here, sitting close, sitting near, making fun of my bad driving, keeping my lonely heart from dying. But you're gone and I'm alone in this car that's not a home anymore. This empty passenger seat is breaking me in two. Every mile I drive, I see the ghost of loving you. I'm going nowhere fast, stuck in the past with this empty passenger seat, screaming all we used to be and all you meant to me. Everything you meant to me. Yeah. city lights alone, with no one left to take home. Just this empty passenger seat and a heart that skips its beat. Missing you endlessly, desperately. This empty passenger seat is all that's left of you and me. Forever empty, forever haunting me.
Your coffee mug sits on the shelf untouched. I can't explain why it matters this much. Fingerprint still ghost across the door, like you just stepped out to the corner store. Small reminders everywhere I turn, lessons about love I'm still learning. Traces you left behind keep me company. All I have of you and me, shadows dancing in the afternoon, humming fragments of our favorite tune. I'm collecting every piece you dropped, building altars where we stopped. These traces you left behind, stay kind, gentle echoes in my mind. Your jacket hanging by the bedroom door, scent is fading but I breathe it more. Photos tilted just the way you'd place. I see your fingers in this empty space. You're in details no one else can see, written in my history. Traces you left behind keep me company. They're all I have of you and me, shadows dancing in the afternoon, humming fragments of a favorite tune. I'm collecting every piece you drop, building altars where we stop. These traces you left behind, stay kind, gentle echoes in my mind. Maybe I should clear these spaces out, start fresh without a doubt. But these traces are my proof that we existed, that's the truth. Traces you left behind give me peace, they help my aching slowly cease. Shadows dancing teach me how to smile, making loneliness worthwhile. I'm grateful for each piece you dropped, sacred moments never stop. These traces you left behind feel right, turning darkness into light. You're still here, you're still near, and traces I hold dear. You're still here, crystal clear, in everything you're here.
Woke up to your breathing soft beside me, your head resting gently on my chest, tangled in these sheets in Sunday morning. This is what it means to be blessed. The way you smile before you open your eyes, like you're dreaming something sweet. I could stay right here forever where our hearts meet. Nothing else matters when you're here with me. All the world outside can wait, we've got all the time we need. Sunlight on your head dancing through busy being alive in this kitchen in this morning where everything feels right. You steal a kiss and it tastes like coffee, sweet and warm and real. This is how forever's supposed to feel. Sunlight on your hair dancing through the curtains. Every little moment with you feels like it's worth it. The way you laugh at nothing, the way you hold my hand. Sunlight on your hair makes me understand what it means to love someone with everything I am. You asked me once what happiness looks like, and I didn't know how to answer. But now I know. It looks like this, like us, like ordinary moments that feel extraordinary just because you're in them. We talk about our dreams over breakfast, make plans we might not even keep. But it doesn't matter where we're going as long as you're here with me. The afternoon sun paints gold across the floor, and we're dancing in the light, two souls finding their rhythm. Everything's alright. Sunlight on your hair dancing through the curtain. Every little moment with you feels like it's worth it. The way you laugh at nothing, the way you hold my hand. Sunlight on your hair makes me understand what it means to love someone with everything I am. Ooh. And when the evening comes and the daylight fades away, I'll still see that sunlight in every word you say, in the way you love me, in the way you stay. Sunlight on your hair even in the darkness. You're my light, my everything, my reason and my purpose. So let's make this moment last as long as we can stand with sunlight on your hair. I finally understand this is what it means to love someone with everything I am. Everything I everything I am. I've been carrying things that aren't mine to hold. Stories people told me about who I should be. But I'm starting to outgrow these borrowed clothes, finding my own voice underneath the noise. Took me years to realize I don't need permission to change my mind, to choose different paths. I'm outgrowing old versions of who I thought I was, shedding expectations, learning to trust my gut. Not the person I was yesterday, and that's okay. I'm allowed to evolve, allowed to change my ways. Used to apologize for everything, for taking up space, for having needs, for being myself. But I'm outgrowing that too. The shame, the doubt, finding solid ground in who I'm becoming now. trust my gut. Not the person I was yesterday, and that's okay. I'm allowed to evolve, allowed to change my ways. This growing up, this growing out, finding what I'm about is messy and it's hard. But I'm proud of where I am, even in the middle, even in the questioning. I'm finding something real. I'm becoming someone I actually like, someone I'm proud to be, and that's worth the fight. I'm outgrowing the fear of being misunderstood, of standing alone, of choosing what's good for me. And maybe that's what growing up is, just outgrowing what doesn't fit, making room for who you are instead of who you're supposed to be. I'm still figuring it out, still making mistakes, but I'm outgrowing the need to have it all figured out today.
This wasn't the plan, this city, this job, this version of life I'm living right now. I had dreams that looked different, mapped out my 20s down to the detail, but life had other ideas, so I'm learning to bloom where I'm planted, making peace with the unexpected, finding beauty in the detours. My apartment's smaller than I wanted, neighborhood's not trendy, but there's a coffee shop downstairs that knows my order by heart, and that counts for something. These little connections, building a life from what's here instead of mourning what isn't. I'm blooming where I'm planted, not settling, just present, watering what's in front of me, watching it grow. Career's not where I thought it'd be, still figuring out my path, but I'm learning things that weren't in any plan. Patience, resilience, how to start over, how to find meaning in the ordinary. I used to think happiness was somewhere else in the future, in another city, in a different version of myself. But I'm blooming where I'm planted, and it's teaching me that joy doesn't wait for perfect circumstances. Made friends with my neighbor, she's 73, tells me stories about her youth, about all the plans that changed, and she's happy, really happy, not despite the changes, but because she embraced them. I'm blooming where I'm planted, like she did, like I'm learning to do. One day at a time, some days I still wonder, what if I'd chosen differently, taken that other job, moved to that other place. But then I look around at what I've built here, the relationships, the growth, the person I'm becoming, and I think maybe this is exactly where I need to be. Not forever, just for now. I'm blooming where I'm planted, sending roots down deep, so when it's time to move, I'll carry the strength with me. Started a garden on my balcony, tomatoes and herbs, watching them grow from tiny seeds to something real. It's a metaphor, obviously, but it's also just nice to nurture something, to see progress in small ways. I'm blooming where I'm planted, finding my own way to thrive in this soil, to make this place home. Not the home I expected, but a home nonetheless, built from acceptance and intentional joy. I paint my walls colors, I love host dinners in my small kitchen, dance alone in my living room, make this space mine. I'm blooming where I'm planted, and it's not giving up on bigger dreams, just honoring where I am, because this matters too. This in-between place, the season of life that doesn't look impressive on paper, but feels important, feels like growth, feels like becoming someone I actually like. I'm blooming where I'm planted, and maybe that's the point, not to wait for perfect conditions, but to grow anyway. To find sunlight, unexpected places, to reach toward it with everything I've got. So here I am, blooming where I'm planted, grateful for the roots. I'm growing here.
I'm driving through the city lights alone. The radio plays our favorite songs. I reach to hold your hand, but there's just there an empty passenger seat where you're not there. The street lights blur like tears in my eyes. I'm searching for you in the night skies. Every red light is a moment to remember. Every green light takes me further from December. When you were here beside me, singing loud, off key but proud, making me laugh. Now the silence is so heavy in this car. I don't know how I drove this far without you here to navigate this lonely highway of my fate. Ooh, the GPS knows all our routes by heart, but it can't guide me back to the start, back to when you loved me true, back to me and you. This empty passenger seat is breaking me in two. Every mile I drive I see the ghost of love in you. I'm going nowhere fast, living in the past with this empty passenger seat reminding me of all we used to be and all you meant to me. Yeah, all you meant to me. I pass the places where we used to park and steal those kisses in the dark. Now I'm just circling with no destination, trapped inside this isolation, this devastation. The drive-through where we'd get fries at midnight, the overlook where we watched the sunrise, the bridge where you first said you loved me. All these memories are drowning me. I can't escape them on these roads. They're the only story that I know. Your laughter echoes in the backseat. Your perfume lingers bittersweet. I'm haunted by what used to be in this car that's killing me. The GPS knows all our routes by heart, but it can't guide me through this dark. Can't bring you back to me, can't set me free. This empty passenger seat is breaking me in two. Every mile I drive I see the ghost of love in you. I'm going nowhere fast, living in the past with this empty passenger seat reminding me of all we used to be and all you meant to me. Yeah, oh, yeah, I should pull over, should turn around, go back to life before I found the courage to admit I'm lost without you here at any cost. But I keep driving through the night, hoping somehow I'll see your light, waiting at the end of some road to bring me home, bring me home, to bring me back to where we started. Before I left you broken hearted, I'd give anything to have you here, sitting close, sitting near, making fun of my bad driving, keeping my lonely heart from dying. But you're gone and I'm alone in this car that's not a home anymore. This empty passenger seat is breaking me in two. Every mile I drive I see the ghost of love in you. I'm going nowhere fast, stuck in the past with this empty passenger empty passenger seat where you should be, where you should be. I'm driving through the city lights alone with no one left to take home. Just this empty passenger seat and a heart that skips its beat, missing you endlessly, desperately. This empty passenger seat is all that's left of you and me, forever empty, forever haunting me.
Tomorrow doesn't scare me anymore. It used to sit heavy on my chest, like a question I couldn't answer. No matter how hard I tried my best, I planned every step too carefully, afraid of getting it wrong, as if one mistake would erase everything I was working on. But life kept moving anyway, with or without my control. It taught me how to loosen my grip and trust the way things unfold. I stopped asking for guarantees, stopped needing to know the end. I learned that courage can be quiet and still strong enough to stand. Tomorrow doesn't scare me anymore. It doesn't ask me to be brave. It just shows up like an open door and lets me decide how to step inside the day. I don't rush into the future now, I walk beside it instead, letting moments meet me halfway. Instead of living inside my head, there are still days that feel uncertain. I won't pretend they don't, but uncertainty doesn't own me. It visits and then it's gone. I learned that fear grows louder when you never let it speak. So I sit with it gently until it loses its need to scream. I found peace in simple routines, in mornings that start the same, and knowing I don't have to be extraordinary to feel proud of my name. Tomorrow doesn't scare me anymore. Not because everything is clear, but because I trust myself enough to meet whatever appears. I don't need a perfect plan, I don't need to be ahead, I just need to keep showing up with an open heart instead. If love changes, if paths divide, if dreams take another form, I know I'll still be standing when the night gives way to morning. Tomorrow doesn't scare me anymore. It feels like space, not a test. A place where I can breathe and let my life do the rest. then suddenly the world just stopped. That scent that used to be just you hit me like a lightning drop. Turned around expecting your face, but found a stranger standing there wearing your signature fragrance, and I couldn't help but stare. One smell and I'm transported back to mornings tangled in your bed. How can something so simple mess this badly with my head? Your perfume in the crowd just broke me, brought me back to where we were. One whiff and I'm completely lost in memories of her. Your perfume in the crowd, it haunts me. Every molecule's a trigger point, taking me to places where we used to be so joined. Can't escape your perfume in the crowd. Road. I followed her for half a block before I caught myself and quit. Realized how crazy I must look, but I just wanted more of it. That vanilla jasmine combination mixed with something undefined. The scent that marked your presence is now messing with my mind. I haven't smelled it since you left. Thought I'd forgotten how it felt, but one accidental encounter and I'm drowning in what we once did. Oh, your perfume in the crowd just broke me, brought me back to where we were. One whiff and I'm completely lost in memories of her. Your perfume in the crowd, it haunts me. Every molecule's a trigger point, taking me to places where we used to be so joined. Can't escape your perfume in the crowd. Now I'm hyper aware of every person passing by me on the street, scanning for that certain fragrance that would make my heart skip beats. It's torture, but it's also comfort, proof that you were really real, that what we had existed even though it couldn't heal. Your perfume in the crowd just broke me, brought me back to where we were. One whiff and I'm completely lost in memories of her. Your perfume in the crowd, it haunts me. Every molecule's a trigger point, taking me to places where we used to be so joined. Can't escape your perfume in the crowd. Maybe I should buy a bottle, keep it hidden in my drawer for nights when I need to remember what it felt like to be sure that someone wore that scent for me, that someone was my home. But for now I'll just be haunted by strangers wearing what you've worn, what you've worn, what you've worn. If I'd known that Tuesday was our last, I would have slowed the moments as they passed. Would have held you longer at the door. Memorized your footsteps on my floor. Hindsight's teaching me too late about the weight of every date. If I now would have said more, wouldn't let you walk out that door. I'd have kissed you one more time, made sure you knew that you were mine. If I'd known our story had an end, I'd rewrite how we descend. But life don't work with second sight, so I'm learning from this night. I would have listened when you tried to speak, caught those tears upon your cheek. Would have put my phone away that day, given you my full attention's way. All the chances that I missed, every moment I dismissed. If I'd known, I would have said more, wouldn't let you walk out that door. I'd have kissed you one more time, made sure you knew that you were mine. If I'd known our story had an end, mental pain. Now I know to say much more, to never take love for sure. I'll kiss deeply every time, treasure what is truly mine. Now I know each day's a gift, every moment significant. Life just taught me through this plight to hold everything so tight. If you knew what I learned losing you, if you knew maybe too, we get one more chance at two.
25 years of walking this earth, still figuring out what I'm worth. Every stumble, every fall I've taken led me somewhere I'm not mistaken. The detours were mistakes at all, they taught me how to stand up tall. Now I'm looking back to see all the roads that brought me here to me. I've been lost in cities where nobody knew my name, chased some dreams that never came. But I'm not the same person who started this journey. Every scar tells a story. These are the roads I've traveled, every mile has shaped my soul. Through the valleys and the battles, I'm becoming whole. I've learned to find the beauty in the places I've been broken. These are the roads I've traveled, and I'm grateful for each one. Used to think success meant having all the answers, moving fast, becoming what they wanted. But life slowed me down and showed me different. That wisdom comes from being patient. Some bridges burned, some doors were closed, some nights I felt so far from home. But every ending brought a new beginning and taught me how to keep on living. I've made mistakes I can't take back, but they put me on a better track. Now I understand that growing up means learning when to hold and when to let go of stuff. These are the roads I've traveled, every mile has shaped my soul. Through the valleys and the battles, I'm becoming whole. I've learned to find the beauty in the places I've been broken. These are the roads I've traveled, and I'm grateful for each one. My father told me once that life isn't about the destination, it's about who you become along the way. And I used to think that was just something people say when they're lost, but now I get it. Every wrong turn, every late night wondering if I'm good enough, every moment of doubt, they're all part of the map leading me to myself. Met people who believed in me when I couldn't, others who walked away when times got rough. Both taught me something valuable about love and trust and being enough. The rainy days made sunshine sweeter, the silence helped me hear my voice. Every chapter of this story reminds me I still have a choice to keep moving forward, to keep growing stronger, to embrace the journey for a little longer. These are the roads I've traveled, every mile has shaped my soul. Through the valleys and the battles, I'm becoming whole. I've learned to find the beauty in the places I've been broken. These are the roads I've traveled, and I'm grateful for each one. So I'll keep walking down these roads unknown, finding my way, finding my home. In every step I take, in every choice I make, I'm growing into someone I'm proud to be. These are the roads I've traveled, and there's so many more to see. Every road is teaching me how to be free. free. How to be me. I saw someone walk like you on the street I don't usually take, and my heart jumped before my brain could tell that you're not here. But maybe that's a sign that I'm ready to believe we'll find our way back somehow. Maybe not today, but someday soon. Distance is just distance, time is just time, and we're still who we are underneath it all. Someday soon I'll see you, and we'll laugh about the space between. How it made us stronger, gave us room to breathe and grow. Someday soon we'll talk about everything we learned, all the ways we've changed, all the ways we've stayed the same. I'm not holding on too tight, not living in the past, just carrying this hope that feels like it could last. Some nights I write you messages and delete them before sending, not because I don't care, but because I trust the timing. We needed this distance, needed time apart to figure out ourselves before we find our start. Someday soon I'll see you, and we'll laugh about the space between. How it made us stronger, gave us room to breathe and grow. Someday soon we'll talk about everything we learned, all the ways we've changed, all the ways we've stayed the same. I'm building myself better, becoming who I wanna be. So when we meet again, I'll be ready, you'll see. Not rushing this, not forcing fate, just trusting that good things are worth the wait. Your friend mentioned you last week, said you're doing well, and I smile because that's all I want for you. Even if someday never comes, this hope has kept me going, taught me patience, taught me trust. But I believe in someday soon, when the timing's right, we'll cross paths again, and it'll feel like coming home. Someday soon I'll see you, not as who we were, but who we've become, and it'll be worth every day. Someday soon, I'm counting on it in the gentlest way.
Downloaded all the dating apps last week, filled out profiles with my current self, chose photos where I look unique, confident, and built up my mental health. Friends are cheering, saying I'm ready, that it's time to put myself out there. But every swipe feels unsteady, like I'm pretending that I don't care. I'm saying all the right things now about moving forward, being strong, but late at night when I'm alone, somehow everything still feels so wrong. I'm starting over but still looking back, taking steps forward with my eyes reversed, trying to find what I think I like, but comparing everyone to you first. Starting over but still looking back, building something new on shaky ground. I wanna move on, cut myself some slack, but your shadow's following me around. Went on a date on Thursday evening, nice guy made me laugh out loud. steps forward with my eyes at first, trying to find what I think I lack, but comparing everyone to you first. Starting over but still looking back, building something new on shaky ground. I wanna move on, cut myself some slack, but your shadows following me around. Maybe it's not fair to these strangers to measure them against what we had. Maybe I should cancel all my plans here until I'm not this sad. But something in me needs to try, needs to prove I can survive. Even if my heart's not ready, at least I'm feeling alive. I'm starting over but still looking back, taking steps forward with my eyes reversed, trying to find what I think I lack, but comparing everyone to you first. Starting over but still looking back, building something new on shaky ground. I wanna move on, cut myself some slack, but your shadows following me around. So I'll keep swiping, keep on trying, keep showing up even when it's hard. Maybe someday I'll stop comparing, maybe someday I'll let down my guard, but until then I'm stuck between who I was and who I'll be. Starting over but still looking back at what you meant to me. What you meant to me.
I didn't leave the way you thought I would. No dramatic exit, no last scene. Just a quiet step into the dark we used to be. There's a space between letting go and knowing what comes next. I live there most nights, trying not to rush the rest. Somewhere between goodbye and hope is where my heart still stays. Not holding on, not giving up, just learning different ways. I don't ask the past for answers, it already said enough. I ask the morning for patience and the night to be gentle with us. I still feel you in familiar streets and songs I didn't choose. Not as pain, just present, like something I don't wanna lose. Somewhere between goodbye and hope, I finally learned to breathe. Not every door needs closing to let yourself believe. I stopped counting days without you, started noticing the light, how it finds me in small moments when I'm not ready, but I'm alive. If our paths ever cross again, I won't ask for who we were. I'll meet you as I am now, a little steadier, a little sure. And if that moment never comes, I think I'll still be okay, because I found myself standing in between and chose to stay. Somewhere between goodbye and hope, I built a quieter view, where love doesn't have to return to still have been true.
I found our picture in the drawer today. Your smile hasn't changed, but mine looks far away. with trembling hands, wondering where it all went wrong. You're just a fading photograph, a memory that slips away, the colors bleeding out at last, like how we lost our way. I'm holding on to what we were, but you're becoming blurred. Just a fading photograph of love that couldn't last, and it's breaking me in half. I hear our song play on the radio. My heart still stops, but you don't even know. I wonder if you think of me at all, or if I'm just a shadow on your wall. I trace your face with trembling hands, wondering where it all went wrong. You're just a fading photograph, a memory that slips away, the colors bleeding out at last, like how we lost our way. I'm holding on to what we were, but you're becoming blurred. Just a fading photograph of a love that couldn't last, and it's breaking me in half. Time moves on, but I stay frozen here in the moment right before you disappeared. I keep replaying all the things I should have said, all the chances that I left for dead. Now I'm staring at your face in black and white, trying to remember how it felt when we were right. But the image cracks and starts to fade, just like the promises we made. You're just a fading photograph, a memory that slips away, the colors bleeding out at last, like how we lost our way. I'm holding on to what we were, but you're becoming blurred. Just a fading photograph, a love that couldn't last, of everything we had, and it's breaking me in half. You're fading, fading fast. I found our picture in a drawer today and put it back where memories stay. A fading photograph is all I have of you, a fading photograph that used to be so true. If I'd known that Tuesday was our last, I would have slowed the moments as they passed, would have held you longer at the door, memorized your footsteps on my floor. Hindsight's teaching me too late about the weight of every date. If I'd known, I would have said more, wouldn't let you walk out that door. I'd have kissed you one more time, made sure you knew that you were mine. If I'd known our story had an end, I'd rewrite how we descend. But life don't work with second sight, so I'm learning from this night. Yeah. I would've listened when you tried to speak, caught those tears upon your cheek. Would've put my phone away that day, giving you my full attention's way. All the chances that I missed, every moment I dismissed. If I'd known, I would've said more, wouldn't let you walk out that door. I'd have kissed you one more time, made sure you knew much more to never take love for sure. I'll kiss deeply every time, treasure what is truly mine. Now I know each day's a gift, every moment is significant. Life just taught me through this plight to hold everything so tight. If you knew what I learned losing you, if you knew maybe too, we'd get one more chance at two.
25 years of walking this earth, still figuring out what I'm worth. Every stumble, every fall I've taken led me somewhere I'm not mistaken. The detours were mistakes at all, they taught me how to stand up tall. Now I'm looking back to see all the roads that brought me here to me. I've been lost in cities where nobody knew my name, chased some dreams that never came, but I'm not the same person who started this journey. Every scar tells a story. These are the roads I've traveled, every mile has shaped my soul. Through the valleys and the battles, I'm becoming whole. I've learned to find the beauty in the places I've been broken. These are the roads I've traveled, and I'm grateful for each one. Used to think success meant having all the answers, moving fast, becoming what they wanted. But life slowed me down and showed me different, that wisdom comes from being patient. Some bridges burned, some doors were closed, some nights I felt so far from home. But every ending brought a new beginning and taught me how to keep on living. I made mistakes I can't take back, but they put me on a better track. Now I understand that growing up means learning when to hold and when to let go of stuff. These are the roads I've traveled, every mile has shaped my soul. Through the valleys and the battles, I'm becoming whole. I've learned to find the beauty in the places I've been broken. These are the roads I've traveled, and I'm grateful for each one. My father told me once that life isn't about the destination, it's about who you become along the way. And I used to think that was just something people say when they're lost, but now I get it. Every wrong turn, every late night wondering if I'm good enough, every moment of doubt, they're all part of the map leading me to myself. Met people who believed in me when I couldn't, others who walked away when times got rough. Both taught me something valuable about love and trust and being enough. The rainy days made sunshine sweeter, the silence helped me hear my voice. Every chapter of this story reminds me I still have a choice to keep moving forward, to keep growing stronger, to embrace the journey for a little longer. These are the roads I've traveled, every mile has shaped my soul. Through the valleys and the battles, I'm becoming whole. I've learned to find the beauty in the places I've been broken. These are the roads I've traveled, and I'm grateful for each one. So I'll keep walking down these roads saw someone who walked like you on a street I don't usually take, and my heart jumped before my brain could tell that you're not here. But maybe that's a sign that I'm ready to believe we'll find our way back somehow. Maybe not today, but someday soon. Distance is just distance, time is just time, we're still who we are underneath it all. Someday soon I'll see you, and we'll laugh about the space between. How it made us stronger, gave us room to breathe and grow. Someday soon we'll talk about everything we've learned, all the ways we've changed, all the ways we've stayed the same. I'm not holding on too tight, not living in the past, just carrying this hope that feels like it could last. Some nights I write you messages and delete them before sending, not because I don't care, but because I trust the timing. We needed this distance, needed time apart to figure out ourselves before we find our start. Someday soon I'll see you, and we'll laugh about the space between. How it made us stronger, gave us room to breathe and grow. Someday soon we'll talk about everything we've learned, all the ways we've changed, all the ways we've stayed the same. I'm building myself better, becoming who I want to be. So when we meet again, I'll be ready, you'll see. Not rushing this, not forcing fate, just trusting that good things are worth the wait. Your friend mentioned you last week, said you're doing well, and I smile because that's all I want for you. Even if someday never comes, this hope has kept me going, taught me patience, taught me trust, but I believe. And someday soon, when the time is right, we'll cross paths again, and it'll feel like coming home. Someday soon I'll see you, not as who we were, but who we've become, and it'll be worth every day. Someday soon, I'm counting on it in the gentlest way.
I found our picture in a drawer today. Your smile hasn't changed, but mine looks far away. I didn't know that moment was the last before our future turned into the past. I trace your face with trembling hands, wondering where it all went wrong. You're just a fading photograph, a memory that slips away. The colors bleeding out at last, like how we lost our way. I'm holding on to what we were, but you're becoming blurred. Just a fading photograph of the love that couldn't last, and it's breaking me in half. holding on to what we were, but you're becoming blurred, just a fading photograph of the love that couldn't last, of everything we had. And it's breaking me in half, and it's bright and fading fast. You're fading, fading fast. I found our picture in a drawer today and put it back where memories stay. A fading photograph is all I have of you. A fading photograph that used to be so true.
I didn't leave the way you thought I would. No dramatic exit, no last scene. Just a quiet step into the dark, carrying what we used to be. There's a space between letting go and knowing what comes next. I live there most nights, trying not to rush the rest. Somewhere between goodbye and hope is where my heart still stays. Not holding on, not giving up, just learning different ways. I don't ask the past for answers, it already said enough. I ask the morning for patience and the night to be gentle with us. I still feel you in familiar streets and songs I didn't choose. Not as pain, just presence, like something I don't wanna lose. Somewhere between goodbye and hope, I finally learned to breathe. Not every door needs closing to let yourself believe. I stopped counting days without you, started noticing the light, how it finds me in small moments when I'm not ready, but I'm alive. If our paths ever cross again, I won't ask for who we were. I'll meet you as I am now, a little steadier, a little short. And if that moment never comes, I think I'll still be okay, because I found myself standing in between and chose to stay. Somewhere between goodbye and hope, I built a quieter view, where love doesn't have to return to still have been true.
Downloaded all the dating apps last week, filled out profiles with my current self, chose photos where I look unique, confident, and built up my mental health. Friends are cheering, saying I'm ready, that it's time to put myself out there, but every swipe feels unsteady, like I'm pretending that I don't care. saying all the right things now about moving forward, being strong. But late at night when I'm alone somehow, everything still feels so wrong. I'm starting over but still looking back, taking steps forward with my eyes reversed, trying to find what I think I lack, but comparing everyone to you first. Starting over but still looking back, building something new on shaky ground. I wanna move on, cut myself some slack, but your shadow's following me around. Went on a date on Thursday evening, night sky made me laugh out loud, but I caught myself comparing his smile to yours somewhere in the crowd. He ordered wine, I thought of our favorite, he told stories, I thought of your voice. I'm physically here but mentally vagrant, can't commit to making a choice. Everyone says it takes time to heal, that one day I'll be truly free. But how much time until I can feel without your memory haunting me? I'm starting over but still looking back, taking steps forward with my eyes reversed, trying to find what I think I lack, but comparing everyone to you first. Starting over but still looking back, building something new on shaky ground. I wanna move on, cut myself some slack, but your shadow's following me around. Maybe it's not fair to these strangers to measure them against what we had. Maybe I should cancel all my plans here until I'm not this sad, but something in me needs to try, needs to prove I can survive, even if my heart's not ready. At least I'm feeling alive. I'm starting over but still looking back, taking steps forward with my eyes reversed, trying to find what I think I lack, but comparing everyone to you first. Starting over but still looking back, building something new on shaky ground. I wanna move on, cut myself some slack, but your shadow's following me around. So I'll keep swiping, keep on trying, keep showing up even when it's hard. Maybe someday I'll stop comparing, maybe someday I'll let down my guard, but until then I'm stuck between who I was and who I'll be. Starting over but still looking back at what you meant to me. What you meant to me. The apartment feels too big tonight. Your absence fills the space with eyes. I talk to walls that don't reply and cry the tears I kept inside. The loneliness is like a storm that never passes, never comes. I'm living in the shadows and silence of a love that used to shine. Every moment drags on endless since you're no longer mine. I'm reaching through the darkness for a hand that's not there. Living in the shadows and silence of loving you somewhere, but you're not here. You're not here. I set the table just for one, but I forget that we're not done. Then reality crashes down, and I'm alone in this ghost town. But loneliness is like a storm that never passes, never comes. I'm living in the shadows and silence of a love that used to shine. Every moment drags on endless since you're no longer mine. I'm reaching through the apartment feels too big tonight. Without you here to hold me tight, shadows and silence. That's all I have left now.
I'm driving through the city lights alone. The radio plays our favorite song. I reach to hold your hand, but there's just air. An empty passenger seat where you're not there. The street lights blur like tears in my eyes. I'm searching for you in the night skies. Every red light is a moment to remember. Every green light takes me further from December. When you were here beside me, singing loud, off key but proud, making me laugh. Now the silence is so heavy in this car. I don't know how I drove this far without you here to navigate this lonely highway of my fate. The GPS knows all our routes by heart, but it can't guide me back to the start, back to when you loved me true, back to me and you. This empty passenger seat is breaking me in two. Every mile I drive I see the ghost of loving you. I'm going nowhere fast, living in the past with this empty passenger seat, reminding me of all we used to be and all you meant to me. Yeah, all you meant to me. I pass the places where we used to park and steal those kisses in the dark. I'm just circling with no destination, trapped inside this isolation, this devastation. The drive through where we get fries at midnight, the overlook where we watch the sunrise, the bridge where you first said you loved me. All these memories are drowning me. I can't escape them on these roads. They're the only story that I know. Your laughter echoes in the backseat. Your perfume lingers bittersweet. I'm haunted by what used to be in this car that's killing me. The GPS knows all our routes by heart, but it can't guide me through this dark. Can't bring you back to me, can't set me free. This empty passenger seat is breaking me in two. Every mile I drive I see the ghost of loving you. I'm going nowhere fast, living in the past with this empty passenger seat, reminding me of all we used to be and all you meant to me. Yeah, all you meant to me. I should pull over, should turn around, go back to life before I found the courage to admit I'm lost without you here at any cost. But I keep driving through the night, hoping somehow I'll see your light, waiting at the end of some road to bring me home, to bring me back to where we started. Before I left you broken hearted, I'd give anything to have you here, sitting close, sitting near, making fun of my bad driving, keeping my lonely heart from dying. But you're gone and I'm alone in this car that's not a home anymore. This empty passenger seat is breaking me in two. Every mile I drive I see the ghost of loving you. I'm going nowhere fast.
매수 주문이 접수되었습니다.
With this empty passenger seat,
취소 주문이 접수되었습니다.
we used to be and all you meant to me.
매수 주문이 접수되었습니다.
Everything you meant to me. Yeah. This empty passenger seat, where you should be, where you should be. Driving through the city.
재혼님 리한. 와.
Just
여태 안 좋으시고 계세요. 자, 돌아왔습니다. 3시 45분. 잠시 후 15분 후에 FOMC 회의 결과 나오죠. 제가 좋아하는 환경 글로벌 여기서 볼게요. 김현석 특파원, 빛난새 특파원. 두 분이 이거 굉장히 잘해요.
3분에 찍었는데, 그리고 9시 37분에 트럼프 대통령이 와 지천 넘었다 이렇게
같이 보면서
소셜 메시지를 알렸죠. 그리고 나서 쭉 이렇게
결과도 여기서
계속 보고 계셨나봐요. 계속 이제 보고 있다가 7천 넘자마자 아메리카 이즈 백 했는데 이제 좀 떨어져가지고. 네, 어쨌든 이런 상황에서 지금
소리가 이거 좀
있는데
크네.
금리도
볼륨이.
살짝 오르고 있고요.
이 정도면 딱
달러도
적당한 것
지금,
같아.
어제까지 많이 떨어졌다가 오늘
베센 장관이 말을 한 거죠. 베센 장관이 대통령 내리는 거 괜찮다라고 했는데
매수 주문이
우리는
체결되었습니다.
받아쳐주면서 오늘 달러가 많이 내렸죠, 사실 어제.
네.
근데 어제 많이 내린 거에 비하면 오늘 뭐 어제 1.3%, 뭐 1.2%나 내렸는데 오늘 0.4% 정도 지금 회복하고 있는데 이건 뭐 그렇다고 추세가 바뀐 건 아니다라고 생각이 되고 FOMC 영향이 달러에 미칠 수가 있죠. FOMC에서 이게 이제 돈을 달러 30다 이런 거
39.5까지는 버텨야 되네.
그렇기 때문에 지금 달러 트레이더 외환 시장에서도 좀 FOMC를 지켜보면서 약간
40.
정중동의 분위기 아닌가라고 생각합니다.
지금 달러가 좀 더
자, 짧은 구간 나옵니까? 48.5까지 늘었네.
나고 있죠. 네,
대통령이 말씀하셨으면 지켜야죠.
오늘 약간 좀 개그쇼처럼 되어가고 있는 것 같긴 한데 관전 포인트 그래서 하나씩 조금만 더 살펴보면
이건 그냥 나와야 되겠다.
3분 뒤에
이건 그냥 나오고
될 테니까요. 시간은 아직 많습니다. 성명문 같은 경우는 미세 조정 정도가 일단 예상이 되고 있습니다. 이거는 모건 스탠리에서 이렇게
FOMC 결과 나오고
예상을 한 건데 JP 모건도 똑같이 이야기를 하고
FOMC 성명서가 살짝
기존
매파적으로
완만함이었던 것에서
나와서 시장 분위기 조금 눌렀다가
상향 조정이 될 거고
파월 나와서 분위기 전환.
몇 달간 안정화됐다.
제 머릿속에 시나리오는 딱 그건데.
이런 내용들 그리고 인플레이션은
파월 플레이
여전히
좀 기대해 봅니다 오늘.
remain elevated 약간 조금 높게 유지되고 있지만 그러면서도 고용에 대한 하방 리스크가 최근에 커졌다. 이런 문구도 삭제가 되고 이렇게 되면은 살짝 매파적인 뉘앙스일 수는 있지만 크게 의미는 없는 그냥 미세 조정 정도에 그칠 것으로 보입니다. 오히려 이제 인하 소수 의견이 나올까 이런 게 조금 더 지금
기본적으로는 성명문의 변화는 지난 12월까지는 이제 금리를 내렸잖아요. 그럼 금리를 내리는 걸 썼거든요. 그러니까 물가나
나와야 돼 이거.
물가에 대해서 고용이 좀 위험하니까 물가보다 고용이 좀 더
매도
위험하니까
주문이 체결되었습니다.
라는 얘기를 이제 성명서에 썼던 거고요. 이번에는 동결을 하니까
FOMC
그런 문구들
결과 나오고 난 다음에
무시하는 문구들을 뺀 거죠.
4시 반에 파월 연습 기자회견이 있을 때
얼마만큼
파월 플레이.
강하게
올페 형님도
그러면 이게
굿모닝입니다. 어서와요.
지금 사실
감사.
이번에는 금리를 동결할
재원이
때
올페 형님 감사.
굉장히 확실시되고 있지만 가장 큰 문제는 이제 3월에 할 거냐, 뭐 그러면 5월에 할 거냐, 6월에 할 거냐. 뭐
인플레 둔화가
거기에 대한
정체,
힌트가
디스인플레가
성명문을
정체.
어차피 고치는 김에 나올 거냐. 성명문에서
실업률이
생각보다
예상보다
더
낮다.
나온다면,
경제
이거
성장률 강하다.
지금 현재
그래서
파월
기준금리 동결 예상.
안 내린다는 얘기네. 라는 게 될 수 있고요. 뭐 적당하게 바꾼다면 3월에도 내릴 수 있지 않아? 뭐 이런 생각이 드는 거죠. 그래서 그것 때문에 지금 성명문의 변화를 좀 자세히 지켜봐야 되는 그런 상황입니다.
지금 일단 현재로서는 이 페드워치 상품 시카고 상품거래소 상으로 지금 베팅이 되고 있는 확률은 다음 인하 시기는 6월이 될 것이다. 가장 유력하기는 합니다. 지금 3월 인하 가능성은 15% 정도에 그치고요.
아무래도 파월이 그만두고 새로운
그래야 6월에 첫 금리 인하가 이루어지고 올해
새로운 연전이죠.
될 거다라고 하는 게 현재로서는 가장 유력한데 사실
교체되면은 기준금리나
쓸 수 있고 말씀처럼 오늘 결과에 따라서도 또 바뀔 수가 있으니까 이거는 참고만 하면 될 것 같아요.
깜빡 졸았어요.
오늘 이제 사람들이 월가에서 되게
알람 아니었으면 못 일어날 뻔했어.
들고 기다리고 있는 것이
인하 소수 의견이 나올 것인가입니다. 일단 소수 의견이 나올 거다라고 생각하는 쪽은 일단 마이런,
반대표죠.
그렇죠.
스티븐 마이런,
지금
크리스토퍼 월러 연준 이사, 미셸 보먼 연준 부의장.
정권이 아마 임기 연장될 거다.
야씨 들어올리네. 아 그러면 이거 또
총선파로서 인하해야 한다라고 아마 소수 의견을 낼 것 같고,
휩쓰였네.
문제는 과연 크리스토퍼 월러 이사가
휩쓰였어.
인하 소수 의견을 낼지 아닐지가 지금 가장 흥미롭게 사람들이
휩쓰여서 요거 지키면서 그냥
월가의
45.25
경우에는
지키면서
월가가
들어올리네.
월가에서 보기에는 어떤 현재의 지금 연속성을 이어갈 수 있는, 그리고 그동안 페드 내에서 가장 좋은 방향성을 줄 때 가장 잘 맞췄거든요. 그래서 이제 월러 이사를 밀고 있는데, 이 월러 이사 오늘 월스트리트저널의 닉 티머라우스 기자가 기사 썼어요. 지금 남은 4명의 어떤 후보 중에 트럼프 대통령의 마음에 쏙 드는 사람이 없어. 뭐 이런 거죠. 뭐 링리더의 경우에는 과거 지금 현재 1등인데 예측 시장에서요.
그렇죠. 일단
과거에
현재 1등은 링리더, 2등이 케빈 월시, 크리스토퍼 월러는 3등입니다. 그러다 보니까 오늘 인하 소수 의견을 내서 좀 가시성을 확보해야 대통령님 저 여기 있습니다. 이걸 좀 보여줘야 한다는 거죠.
근데 이제 그 월스트리트저널 닉 티머라우스
월러
얘기는 링리더의 경우에는 그동안 정치 헌금이 다 이 트럼프 반대파 쪽에게 헌금을 했었대요. 그러니까
민주당
트럼프 대통령이
오늘 그 소식이 나왔어요.
이거 뭐 말은 좋게 하지만 이거 믿을 수가 있나?
오늘
원래 모르는 사람이잖아요.
오늘
그러니까
그 소식이
믿을 수가
나왔어요.
있나라는 문제가 있고요.
링리더 민주당하고 좀 짝짝꿍 하는 거라 해갖고
지금은 내린다고 하는데 이 월스트리트에서도 좀 말이 안 되는데 왜 저 사람을 무조건 금리를 내린다고 하면서 매파를 넣는 게 말이 돼? 라는 생각 갖고 있고, 핫셋이 경우에는 이제 월가가 잘 믿지 못하고,
아무래도 케빈 워시
트럼프 대통령이 이제 말을 뒤집었죠. 이 사람 넣었다가 혹시
아니 월러 이사
올라가면 어떡하지? 이런 걱정을 약간 했던 것 같기도 하고, 뭐 그래서인지 모르겠지만
둘 중에 한 사람
어쨌든
되면은
핫셋이
시장이 아주
오늘도
좋아할 것
그냥
같아.
유임시키겠다라는 얘기를 했어요. 그리고 마지막에 이제 월러 이사인데요. 월러 이사의 경우에는 지난 30분의 트럼프 대통령과의 마지막 면담, 여기서 뭐 임프레시브하지 못했다라는 평가가 일부 있습니다. 룸리더의 경우에는 임프레시브했다라는 얘기를 이제 트럼프 대통령 본인이 직접 했죠. 근데 원래는 그런 얘기가 안 나왔고요. 그리고 원래는 트럼프 대통령이 그런 거를 집중해서 물어봤대요. 너 왜 선거 전에 50bp 내리는지 찬성했어? 그러니까 너 파워라고 한통 소리잖아. 이런 식의 어떤 부정적인 어떤 질문이 같다고 합니다.
예전에
트럼프 대통령
바이든
입장에서는
때
쟤는 베센트 장관이 면접하라 그래도 면접해봤는데 쟤는 원래 파워를 이거 민주당이 이거 아니야 이렇게 생각하는 것 같아요.
결국 페드 내부 사람이라는 것을 싫어하는 거죠. 임기너가 지금 갑자기 1등으로 튀어오른 이유 중에 하나도 페드 내부자가 아니다라고 하는 것을 좋아하는 거고, 사실 저는 그 링리더가 이제까지 정치 후원금을 트럼프 반대파한테 했다라고 하는 것도 약간 뭐 그렇게 믿기 어렵다기보다는 이것 때문에 갑자기 또 예측한 시장에서 확률이 떨어지는 게 약간 이해가 안 되는 부분은
근데 트럼프 대통령은 로열리스트, 자기한테 충성하는 사람만 이제
그게 이미 알려져 있었던 사실이고, 이제 링리더는 민주당한테도 하고 공화당한테도 다 이제 양쪽으로 다 했는데 트럼프한테 안 했다는 거죠. 그러니까 이제 그게 좀 마음에 안 드는 구석일 수는 있는데, 어쨌든 이런 상황이다 보니 월러로서는 이제 좀 인하 소수 의견을
채권 투자자들 사이에는 공화당 사람들이 많아요. 공화당 지지자, 주식 투자자 중에는 민주당 지지자들이 많고요. 채권은 뭐냐면 굉장히 큰 보수적이죠. 사람들이 기본적으로 큰 재산을 굴리는 기관 투자자다 보니까 아무래도 좀 보수적인 사람들이 많은 상황인데, 어쨌든 간에 조금 민주당 쪽의 기운 정도의 어떤 정치헌금을 해왔다라는 게 약간 걸리지 않나라고 생각합니다. 트럼프 대통령은 그런 걸 되게 유심히 보는 사람이에요.
오늘 그리고 오늘 이야기는 사실 아니지만 오늘 또 금리가 살짝 오르고 있는 여러 가지 이유 중에 블랙락, 이 미국 국채, 미국뿐은 아니지만 미국과 일본 장기 국채는 계속 비중을 낮추는 것이 좋다. 이제 더 이상 해지 수단으로서 장기채는 의미가 없다. 뭐 이런 의견을 또 냈는데, 사실 새로운 얘기는 아님에도 불구하고 지금 닉리더가 블랙락의 채권 CIO인데 블랙락에서 이런 얘기를 냈어? 그럼 금리가 오르는 걸 몰랐어? 이러면서 또 싫어할 수가 있겠죠. 어쨌든 뭐 이런 여러 가지 이유들로 인해서 여전히 이제 미국 속의 차기 의장 후보들끼리 경합을 해야 하는 그런 상황인데 원로로서는 그래서 소수 의견을 낼 유인이 있지 않느냐. 만약 안 내면 이제 완전히 아웃이니까 이런 의견들이 나오고 있고요. 이 버우먼 이사 같은 경우는 오늘 JP모건에서 어차피 이제 대통령이 차기 페드 의장은 남자다라고 했고 최근 뭐 실업률도 좀 떨어졌고 그럼 이제 다시 본색을 드러내서 매파가 되지는 않겠느냐 뭐 이런 이야기도 하고는 있는데 그렇다고 뭐 인상 소수 의견을 낼 것 같지는 않습니다만은 뭐 이런 의견도 있었다. 마지막으로는
자, 4분 남았어요.
가장
결과 나오는
기대라고 해야 될까요? 혹은 가장 메인 이벤트가 될 것은 파월 의장의 기자회견일 텐데 지금 법무부로부터 파월 의장과 이제 페드가 이 대외심 조사 소환장을 받고 나서 또 이 리사국의 대법원에서의 해임 심리가 있고 나서 이제 처음으로 공식 석상의 기자들과 만나는 자리이기 때문에 오늘은 뭐 통화정책도 통화정책이지만 중앙은행 독립성에 대한 뭐 이런 논란들, 정치적인 쟁점들, 임기가 5월에 끝나면 이 사회에 남을 것이냐 이런 것들에 대한 질문이 굉장히 많이 나올 것 같습니다. 그러다 보니까 여기서 과연 파월 의장이 어떻게 이야기를 할 것인가. 가령 골드만삭스 같은 경우는 좀 이 중앙은행의 독립성을 좀 강하게 지켜야 한다라는 사명감에 좀 더 매파적으로 이야기를 할 수도 있다. 이렇게 이야기를 하고 있어서 이런 것들이 혹시 시장에 영향을 미치진 않을지 한번 지켜봐야 할 것 같습니다.
뭐 여러 가지 질문을 할 수 있겠죠. 기자들이 뭐 이 중앙은행 독립성 그리고 형사 지금 소환 조사 어떻게 돼 있냐, 소환 당해서 조사 됐냐, 뭐 그리고 그 이렇게 11일 날 이런 비장한 영상 메시지 나온 다음에 그러고 나서 이제 막 좀 시끄러웠는데 그러면 법무부가 좀 이렇게 후퇴하냐 뭐 이런 것도 이제 물어볼 수가 있겠고요. 그리고 5월에 과연 이사직 이거 사임할 거냐, 그러니까 끝나는 의장이 끝나면 너 페드 나갈 거냐 이렇게 물어볼 텐데 그동안은 뭐 나중에 생각하겠다 뭐 이런 식으로 이제 답변을 제대로 안 했었는데 이번에는 할 수 있다는 그런
자, 4시 결과
가 있습니다. 그러니까
이모택이
조사를 받는 상황에서 자연인이 되면 굉장히 세게 조사를 받을 수 있는 거죠.
이모 졸다가 깜짝 놀랐어.
그런데 만약에 페드 이사에 나오면 계속해서 트럼프 대통령에 대해 반기를 줄 수 있고요. 뭐
자, 요거는 요걸로 볼 수 있는 거는 그냥
작년에 이제
뻔한 뻔한네요.
의 기세가 등등할 때 베센트 장관
FOMC 성명서는 여기서 볼 수 없고
의장을 넣자.
뭐 연준 홈페이지에 들어가서 보면
의장으로 먼저 선임을 해서
되겠지만 뭐 그럴 필요는 없죠.
빼자. 뭐 이렇게 얘기를 했었는데 그게 제대로
지금 방송에서
적임자가 없고 뭐
어떻게 잘 해주니까 안내를
안 되는데
소개를
파월 의장이 계속 나오면 진짜 그림자 의장이 된다는 거죠.
경결할 거예요.
그러니까 거꾸로 되는 거죠. 그래서 파월 의장이 얼마나 할지 이 여기에 대해서 진짜 밝힐지 이번에
성명서 내용이 좀 매파적인 문구가 좀 들어가면서
물론 지금 뭐 시티 같은 경우는
시장 분위기를 좀 눌렀다가
시나리오는 이제까지 늘 그랬던 것처럼
와리가리 변동성을 주다가
정치적인 민감한 문제에 대해서는
4월 기자회견 때
앞으로
기자연설 말고
뭐 이런 것에 대해서
그때 조금 이제 반등
그때 결정할 것이다.
그런 걸 좀 기대를 해봅니다.
이야기를 하는 게 기본 시나리오다라고 일단 이야기를 하고는 있는데요.
다 그렇게 보죠. 왜냐하면 이 파월 의장은 변호사인데요. 변호사가 미리 감정을 드러내고
아니면 뭐 파월 등장과 동시에 또 예전처럼 들어올릴 수도 있어.
하는 게 이제 맞는 거죠.
뭔가 이제 그래도 혹시라도
자, 2020년 올해 첫 FOMC 회의. 자, 결과 두구두구두구두구두구두구두구
지켜보면은
아기다리 고기다리 시간.
네, 어쨌든
자, 임박했습니다.
파월 의장의 말에 따라서 달러가
기준금리 발표, 성명서 공개.
파월 의장의
자, 이모
그걸 좀
FOMC 회의 결과는 몇 초 전?
남은 시간 30초. 남은 시간 30초. 남은 시간 30초.
두구두구두구두구두구두구. 재원님 이모. 자, 기준금리 동결하겠죠? 성명서 내용. 과연
신흥국 자산들의 위험 자산.
자, 이모는 오늘 주무시고 내일 봐요. See you.
항상 그랬죠. 예전에 달러
자, 결과.
전 세계 유동성.
결과
피가 도는 거잖아요.
동결 나오겠죠? 동결 3.75%. 3.5에서 3.75 기준금리 결과.
받을 수 있기 때문에 지켜봐야 할 것 같습니다.
출시가 돼서
나오겠죠.
네, 나왔네요.
네,
네.
오펜 나왔네요.
동결 나왔어요.
네.
동결,
나오더라고.
동결
3.5에서 3.7
3.5에서 3.7 동결.
그리고
자, 성명서.
반대표 마이런과 월러가 반대표 던졌네요. 아직도 의장에 대해서 약간의
미련이 있어.
미련이 남아 있다.
네.
마이런이 남은 게 아니라
150.
미련이 남아 있습니다.
네.
마이런과
와리가리가 아니고
반대표를
네.
던졌습니다. 금리 인하.
여기서부터 쏴버려요.
25% 내리자고 인하 의견을 냈다.
경제평가 솔리드. 네. 맞췄군요.
네.
마더레이트에서 마더레이시 솔리드로 바뀌었습니다.
경제 상황 단단하고.
네.
그리고 실업률이 안정화되는 사인이 나타나고 있다.
실업률
좀
안정화.
더 평가를 바꿨네요.
네, 기존에는 이 실업률이 살짝 올라갔다 이런
자, 성명서 내용이 좀 살짝 매파적일 수 있어요. 그래서
안정화됐다로 바뀌었고요.
누를 수 있다.
인플레이션에 대해서
95.5에서 누른다.
기존에는 연초보다 좀 올라갔고 그 상태에서 유지가 됐다라고 했는데 그냥 조금 더 짧아졌습니다. 높은 상태로 유지되고 있다. 나머지는 거의 그대로인 것 같습니다. 추가 조정에 대해서는 그 정도와 범위를 향후 데이터와 전망, 리스크에 대한 평가 등을 가지고 평가를 하겠다.
매수 타이밍 일단 다
이
놓쳤고.
외에는
매도 타이밍
변화가
95.5에서 누르는 거 좋았는데.
네, 그러면 예상대로는 거의 예상대로네요.
네.
그러니까 약간의 경제와 물가와 고용에 대한 이 평가를 그동안에 12월 이후에 나타난 이 변화.
네, 문과 하나
약간씩
했어.
바꿨고요. 그거는 이제
기존 성명서에서
오늘의
기존 성명서 갖고 이렇게 좀 한 문구 몇 개 수정하고
네.
집어넣고
근데,
빼고 이런 거 하죠.
금리가 그냥 발표되자마자 약간 오르기는 했지만
성명서는 좀 매파적이죠.
거의 변화가 없다라고 봐도
경제 상황 솔리드
그리고 아까
단단하고
말씀드렸듯이 연방기금금리의 목표 범위에
실업률
라는
안정화
말이 들어가 있잖아요.
네.
경향이 있고.
앞으로도 내릴 수 있어 라는 얘기잖아요. 지금까지
그래요?
이걸로 인해서 이제 내려왔고 이 말이 들어가 있다는 거는 앞으로 어떤 데이터를 반박하면서 추가적으로 더 내릴 수가 있다.
매파적인 내용도 아니네 그러면.
추가적인 어떤
추가 인하 여지도
그러니까
남겼어요.
다음번에 어떤 행동을
그런 문구도 있다네.
올리는 게 아니라 동글동글하다 적당한 수준이 있다. 이런 말이 좀 쓰여 있는 거죠.
Considering the extent and timing of additional adjustment to the target range for the federal funds rate,
일자리 증가가
the committee will carefully
였었는데,
assess its
일자리
incoming data.
증가가
앞으로 이제 다가오는 그 데이터 경제 지표들을
안정화됐다.
아주 주의
그냥
깊게
상쇄되는 정도의
살펴보면서 추가 인하
추가
인하 가능성을 남겨놨네요.
주가도 큰 반응 없는데 살짝 내려가네요.
네, 살짝 내려갔다가 지금 다우도 0.1% 마이너스로 돌아섰고요. S&P 500은 하락폭을 조금 더 늘리고 있고 나스닥도 살짝 상승폭이 줄어들기는 했지만 다 크게
큰 규모의 변화는 없고요. 결국은 또 파우르장 기자회견 봐야 되고요. 그 다음에 거기에서도 별게 안 나오면 이제 장마감 뒤에 빅테크 실적 이걸 또 봐야 되는.
음봉 옆에 끼고 양봉 195.5 이상 들어올린다고.
재밌는 것은 지금 폴리마켓에서 월러의 확률이 발표 이전에 8%였다가 지금 14%로 살짝 올라갔네요.
여기서 만약에 멀러가 반대를 안 했으면 완전 탈락 이렇게 봤다가
70
아직도 저런 거 보니까 트럼프 대통령이
살짝 넘기고 73
하겠죠.
매도 주문이 접수되었습니다.
95 여기서 95.5 이 자리에서 넘긴다고?
2시 30분, 한국 시간으로는 새벽 4시 30분부터 시작이 되는데요. 25분 동안 이야기할 만한 것이 많이 없기는 합니다만은 지금
73까지
고용
와봐.
낙관을 한 것이 아니냐 이렇게 조커님께서 이야기를 해주셨는데 낙관이라고 보기에는 물론 이제 실업률이 좀
조짐을 보인다.
조짐을 보인다라고 하기는 했지만은 일자리 증가가 낮게 유지됐다라는 이야기가 또 있었기 때문에 고용시장이 뭐 굉장히 건강하다라고 평가했다고 보기는 좀 어렵지 않을까 싶습니다.
그리고 인플레이션이 2% 목표를 향해서 가고 있다 이런 얘기가 없어졌대요.
여기 있는데요?
네.
네네. 아닌가?
예, 그
여기서요?
얘기가
네네네. 그렇네요.
앞에서 없어진 게 약간은 좀 매파적이다. 뭐 이런 얘기가 일부 있네요.
그래요.
달러의
살짝
경우에는
매파적인
거의 똑같은
내용도
상황.
있어요.
달러 살짝 올라가네요. 그러니까 이걸 보면 0.44% 좀 올라가다가 지금 0.47% 정도 올라가니까 뭐 사실 0.47, 0.48 뭐 거의 똑같은데 굳이 해석을 하면 약간은 매파적이다라고 보는 것 같아요. 그 문장이 없어지고 때문에 지금 저격은 막 찾아내고 있는 거예요.
그래서
왜냐면은
파월 나오면서 파월이
것이
살짝 이제 비둘기파
최근에 이
좀 유화적인
지표들은
어떤 표현
뭐랄까요?
이렇게 얘기해주면 이렇게 또 들어올리고
올라가는 상황
파월 연설 끝나면 또 되돌림 주고
것이었어서 이게 인플레이션에 대한 설명이 아니었거든요. 그래서 이게 약간 오해의 소지가 있어 보이는 그런 해석인데 특별하게 굳이 따지자면은 아까 설명해주신 것처럼 오늘은 동결을 하는 성명문이다 보니까 지난번에 인하했을 때보다는 살짝 더 매파적일 수밖에 없습니다. 인하를 할 때와 동결을 할 때는 그 정도의 차이가 아닌가 생각이 들고요. 지금 뭐 시장의 반응을 보셔도 그렇게까지 과하게 매파적으로 받아들이는 분위기는 아닌 것 같습니다. 지금 2년물 금리도 발표 이전과 거의 차이가 없고요. 지금 2시에 발표되고 나서 왔다 갔다 하고는 있지만은 그 이전과 동일한 3.58%대에서 움직이고 있습니다.
뭐 오늘 지금 나온 성명서와 결정을 보면 다 예상대로였다. 크게 다를 게 없다. 그리고 시장도 현재까지 별 변화가 없다 정도로 정리할 수가 있겠습니다.
이제 20분 동안
딴 얘기를 해야죠.
궁금하신 걸 적어주세요.
특별한 게 없네요 오늘.
네. 지금 홀리마켓에서 사실 솔직히 얘기한다면은 오늘 파월 의장이 뭐라고 하는지도 결국은 5월까지만 유효한 것이 아니냐 뭐 이런 이야기도 있기 때문에
물론 사실 뭐 누가 페드 의장이 될지 모르겠지만 어쨌든 트럼프 대통령이 노리는 것은 굉장히 비둘기파적인 사람이죠. 금리를 한번 얘기했잖아요. 1%까지 낮출 수 있는 사람.
그렇죠.
근데 이 4명 중에 1%까지 낮출 수 있는 사람이 있을지 모르겠어요. 거기에 그 가장 적임자라고 사실 뭐 햇시가 제일 맞겠죠. 가장 옆에 있었던 최측근이고 트럼프 대통령이 속속들이 알 수 있는 사람이니까 그렇겠지만 뭐 나머지 사람들은 1%까지 낮출 수 있을지는 잘 모르겠습니다. 어쨌든 지금 링리더가 현재 1등인데 이 링리더에 대해서 한국에서 가장 큰 전문가가 우리 빈난세 특파원 아닙니까? 특파원이 며칠 동안 링리더에서 완전히 올해부를 해봤는데 대충 어떤 사람인지 좀 말씀해 주세요. 진짜 굉장히 비둘기파적인 사람입니다.
며칠은 아니고 이제 어제 선배가 얘기하셔서 하루 동안 이제 본 건데요. 사실 링리더가 약간 그래도 시장에서 그리고 트럼프 대통령 양쪽 월가와 시장, 트럼프 대통령 모두에게 그나마 괜찮은 선택이다라고 이제 평가를 받는 이유라고 한다면 그나마 좀 굉장히 오랫동안 지금 이 기사가 월스트리트저널 2024년 2월 인터뷰인데 이때도 왜 페드가 금리를 내려야 하는지를 이제 설파한 그런 내용입니다. 이 링리더 같은 경우는 계속해서 이야기를 해왔던 것이 이제 금리를 가지고 지금 우리 경제 문제를 해결할 수가 없다. 이런 것이 그의 논리입니다. 지금 생산성이 너무나 높아지는 그런 시기이어서 아무리 이제 기업이 경제가 괜찮고 이 기업들이 투자를 많이 해도 그만큼 고용이 늘어나지 않는 고용 없는 성장의 시기로 이미 들어왔기 때문에 이런 환경에서는 페드가 금리를 높여서 인플레이션을 억제하는 그런 메커니즘 자체가 너무 낡았다. 그렇다면은 결국 이 인플레이션은 생산성 혁명 때문에 결국 장기적으로 내려올 수밖에 없고 고용시장도 일자리가 계속 줄어드는 구조적인 어려움에 처할 수밖에 없으니 금리 가지고는 심지어 단기금리 가지고는 할 수 있는 게 없다.
아, 이거 추천해야겠다. 여기서
고용 문제를 해결하는
와리가리가 아니고
재정정책
여기서 삼각 수렴을 하네.
금리는 낮게 유지해서 지금 미국의 이 부채가
이런 삼각 모양.
낮춰주고 그 빚도 더 잘 내게 해주고 또
일단 쏠라나 보네 위로.
구조적인 이 변화 때문에 일자리를 못 찾는
그냥 냅둬 봅니다.
저소득층, 저숙련층을
쏘다가
위해서
95.5
유지해줘야
돌파
한다
전에
라고 하는 굉장히 트럼프 대통령이 좋아할 만한 그런
누르겠죠.
논리를 오랫동안
기다려봐.
이야기를 해왔던 사람이기 때문에
아.
어떻게 보면은 뭐 헤셋이 시장에서 약간 싫어하는 이유는 이제 금리를 낮춰야 한다라고 하는 논리를 별로 시장이 납득하지 못했기 때문인데 이런 이야기는 사실 꼭 트럼프 대통령이 주장을 하지 않는다고 하더라도 좀 납득이 되는 부분들이 또 있죠. 그러다 보니까 트럼프 대통령에게도 좋고 시장도 뭐 이런 논리라면은 오케이 뭐 이렇게 양쪽에서 받아들여질 수 있는 약간 골디락스 해법이다 이런 지금 퍼브스의 평가 이런 이야기들도 나오고 있는 상황이고요.
근데 진짜 금리를 막 이렇게 낮추면 인플레이션이 잡히나요?
뭐 이제 빅리더의 논리는 생산성이 너무 높아지고 있어서 결국 기업들의 이 비용 구조가 55%가 임금인데 뭐 계속 고용을 늘릴 필요가 없이 그것이 반드시 AI나 로보틱스가 아직 아니더라도 이미 뭐 클라우드 소프트웨어, 뭐 자동화 이런 것으로 이미 많이
삼각 수렴 구간에서
있고,
일단은
그래서
위로
앞으로
들어올리고
AI나
있어요.
로보틱스가 오면은 더 이제 임금을 줘가면서 할 필요가 없다. 그러면 기업들은 마진이 더 높아지고
내 거 체결하고 좀 눌러라.
인플레이션도 올 수가 없고 이런 논리인 겁니다.
90,
대신 고용시장이
95.5.
그래서 그거를 재정을 풀어서
그 음봉 아래꼬리 냅두고 또 95.5를
그 재정에
넘긴다고.
재정 풀려면 이제 국채를 많이 찍어야 되는데
그렇죠.
국채를 많이 찍을 수 있도록 빚을 낮춰주기 위해서 이제 금리를 더 내리겠다.
내려야 한다.
뭐 이런 거죠. 근데 그렇게 되면 장기 금리도 내려가는 거예요.
그래서 이제 뭐 MBS나 지금 페드가 이 7조 달러에 이르는 대차대조표를 갖고 있는데 왜 그거를 적극적으로 활용하지 않냐. 이 장기 금리를 타겟을 하는 창의적인 방법들이 있다 이렇게 이야기를 했는데 그 창의적인 방법이 결국 양적 완화, 국채를 그냥 페드가 사주는 뭐 그런 방법이 되는 게 아니겠느냐. 또 주택저당증권을 사서 모기지 금리를 낮추는 트럼프가 원하는 그런 방법이 되지 않겠느냐. 그렇게 해서 어떻게든 금리를 낮게 유지하려고 하는, 물론 말씀처럼 결국 기대 인플레이션이 또 올라가는 그런 부작용이 상당히 있을 수 있겠지만 아니다. 인플레이션은 문제가 아니다.
최근에 그걸 보니까 약간 이 말도 맞는 것 같은 게 최근에 어떤 로펌에 다닌 사람 얘기 들었더니 자기네들 신입 로펌 변호사들 채용 별로 안 하고 굉장히 AI를 많이 써서 이 판례 조사라든지 예전에 이제 신입 변호사들 로스쿨 방금 전에 나온 사람들이 다 하던 거를 지금 거의 다 AI로 다 돌렸대요. 그래서 이제 자기네가 굉장히 마진이 높아질 줄 알고 갔더니 고객들이
변호사들 점점 배 골겠구만. 야,
왜냐면 너희들
평생 그렇게
사람들
공부하고
운동 안 쓰고 그런데 뭐 이렇게 돈을 많이 청구를 하냐. 그래서 그 수임료가 또 내려가고 있다.
와,
그러니까 이게
변호사들 불쌍해졌네.
생산성이 늘어나는지는 모르겠어요. 그런데 인플레이션을 잡을 수 있을 것 같은 느낌. 그렇죠. 그러니까 이 수임료가 떨어지면 AI를 써서 돌렸더니 수임료가 떨어지면 이거는 생산성이 늘어나는 건 아니죠. 그런데 인플레이션이 잡히는 그런 효과가 있는 것 같아요. 제가 그 변호사 얘기를 듣고 그렇네요. 이렇게 말을 했는데
에이씨, 체결하고
진짜 빅리더의 말이 맞는 거죠.
65에서
변호사를 이제 채용을 안 하면 그만큼 수임료가 낮아
73에서 기다리고 있는데 65에서 받고.
그러니까요. 그 회사는 그냥 유지가 잘 되는 거죠.
그쵸.
잘 되는데 어쨌든 일자리는 없고 수요는 그 로스쿨 나온 사람들 다 놀고 있을 거고.
취소
그러면
준비
진짜
접수가
재정
취소하고
정책을 해야 되는
저
그런 상황.
파워플레이
물론 뭐 진짜로
파워플레이
그렇다고
기다려봅니다.
인플레이션이 뭐 어떻게 될지에 대해서는 굉장히
15분
단기적으로는
남았어요.
결국 진짜 잡힐 수가 있겠지만 단기적으로는 그게 말이 돼? 라고 생각을 하는 사람들이 많을 수 있고 그러다
파월
보니까
형님 등장.
채권이나 뭐
15분
안 되겠다. 그냥
전
금이나 은이나 뭐 이런 원자재 실물 자산 이런 걸 사자라고 해서 최근에 금이 계속 오르는 그런 이유이기도 하겠죠. 다 이어져 있는 문제로 봐야 하지 않을까 싶습니다.
네, 오늘 지금 나온 거를 봤을 때 이 골드만삭스 자산운용의 K 헤이그라는 분이 강력한 경제 지표, 노동시장의 안정화 조짐을 고려할 때 페드가 장기간 금리 조절에 들어갈 가능성이 높다라고 이제 밝혔습니다. 그러면서 올해 하반기에 금리 인하가 재개될 것으로 예상한다. 즉 앞으로 6개월은 아마 6개월 정도는 금리를 계속 유지하지 않을지냐 이런 얘기를 하네요.
결국 이제 원래 시장의 예상대로 6월 이후에나 5월에 파월 의장의 임기가 끝나고 새로운 의장이 누가 됐든지 간에 트럼프가 원하는 금리 인하에 동의하는 사람이 와서 금리를 내릴 때까지는 동결이 될 것이다 라고 보고 있다는 거네요. 저희 패드워치도 잠깐 볼까요? 굉장히 날 것을 많이 보여드리는 것 같은데 네, 패드워치
날 것을 좀 보여줘야지.
상으로도
변화가 별로 없어요. 전반적으로.
재밌어.
그렇네요. 지금 6월 인하 확률 47%, 아까 46.8%와 거의 그냥 동일하고요. 3월 인하 확률도, 3월 동결 확률도 기존에 84%였던 것이 86%로 뭐 크게 변화는 없는 그런 상황입니다.
우리가 예상이 맞죠. 지금 넌 이벤트다. 이건 이벤트가 아니다. 재미가 없을 거다. 뭐 이런 얘기들을 해왔는데 지금 현재로서는 딱 그게 맞는 말이고요. 파월 의장이 기자회견에서 뭐 다들 깜짝 놀랄 그런 발언을 하지 않는 한은 현재로서는 그냥 이대로 유지가 될 가능성이 좀
재미없는 이벤트가 되겠다.
파월 의장이 뭐 아까 뭐 굉장히 그래도 이번에는 가만히 있지 않을 것이다 뭐
그
이런
얘기네요.
이야기도 나왔지만은 뭐 사실 파월 의장의 성격상 또 이제 변호사로서의 그런 습관상 그러지는 않을 것 같아서 오늘 기자회견이 과연 어떻게 진행될지 오늘도 길게 할지 좀 기대가 되네요. 말씀 안 하실 거면 빨리 끝내도
파월 의장은 아마 질문 나오면
야, 빨리 끝내라고.
있었어 이렇게 얘기를
참.
저는 사실 2시 30분에 트럼프 대통령이 차기 패드 의장을 발표하진 않을까 찬물을 끼얹지는 않을까 이제 그게
그래서 파월 의장이 더 화가 나서 하더군요. 화가 나서 나 오늘 그냥 이사 계속 할래. 어차피 실업자 되는 거 싫어 이렇게.
네. 그게 저는 가장 궁금합니다.
네. 우선 마음에 드는 사람이 없는 것 같아요.
그렇죠. 믿을 수 있는 사람이 아직은 없는 것 같고요.
네.
네. 지금
또 하나의 반응이 나왔는데 클리어 브릿지 인베스트먼트의 조시 잼너 전략가 얘기는 파월 의장이 현재 앞으로 다음 회까지 두 차례 고용 지표 또 소비자 물가 이런 것들이 발표가 예정되어 있는데 아무것도 확답을 준 게 없는 것 같다라고 얘기를 했습니다. 즉 그게 아주 나쁘게 나오면 내릴 수도 있다는 거죠. 그런데 사실 지금 월스트리트저널 닉 티메라우스 기자 얘기는 다음에 언제 내릴 거냐 이게 이제 관심사인데 그 다음에 언제 내릴 거냐는 딱 두 개에 달려 있다. 하나는 뭐냐면 인플레이션이 2%로 확실히 떨어졌다. 라는 이제 모두가 알게 되는 모두가 뭐 더 이상 높아질 수는 없어 라고 하는 그런 신호가 나오거나 아니면 고용시장이 노동시장이 망가지거나 와 이거 고용 큰일이네 막 실업률 이러다가 5, 6% 막 가는 거 아니야? 이런 생각이 들 건데 3월까지는 그런 일은 없다는 거죠. 기본적으로 특히 고용의 경우에는 지금 약간 안정화 조짐을 솔직히 보이고 있어요. 여러 가지 뭐 ADP 고용 지표나 이런 것들을 봐도 지난 여름에 한 8월, 9월, 10월에 좀 약간 흔들리는 것 같다가 11월, 12월에는 오히려 각종 경제 지표들이 다 전반적으로 개선됐어요. 예, 개선되고 지금 그런 지표들이 나오고 있는데 어쨌든 개선됐기 때문에 여기서 고용이 약간 안정화 조짐을 보이는 거지 지금 갑자기 망가지는 그런 일은 없을 거다라고 생각을 해서 대부분은 한 상반기는 넘어가야 한 6월에 새 의장 바뀌고 나서 이제 금리는 하지 않겠냐 다시 그렇게
여기서 또 들어올리는 건 세네요.
지금 뭐 사실 고용 시장에 대해서도 굉장히 다양한 해석이 나올 수밖에 없는 상황인 것 같긴 합니다. 해고가 생각보다 낮게 유지되고 있지만 채용도 생각보다 낮게 유지되고 있고 또 최근 며칠 동안에도 또 오늘도 아마존이 16,000명 또 해고하겠다라고 3개월 만에 3만 명으로 감원 규모를 늘린 거죠. 나이키, ASML 뭐 지금 감원하겠다는 것들이 점점 늘어나고 있는 상황이다 보니까 뭔가 시장이 이거 괜찮은 거 맞나라고 걱정하는 그런
파월이 연준 이장 물러나고 연준 이사로 재직할 권한은 있어요 지금. 근데 그 트럼프가 그것조차도 싫어하는 거야. 파월이 연준에 남아 있는 거.
정말 순수하게 고용 시장에 대한 걱정 때문이다.
연준 이장 하다가
이장 되고 싶어서 그런 거 아니다라고.
연준 이사로 3년인가 더 재직할 수 2년인가?
하지 않을까 싶기는 한데요. 그런 뭐 고용에 대한 질문도 분명히 기자회견에서
재직할 수 있더라고요.
같습니다.
일부 매파적인 신호다라는 게 스티브 마이런에서 나왔다라는 얘기를 하는데요. 스티브 마이런이 반대표를 던졌지만 그동안 맨날 50bp 내리자고 반대표 던졌잖아요. 근데 이번에 25bp만 내리자고 반대표 던진 거는 이게 중립금리에 가까워져서 이제 금리 내릴 여지가 줄어든 거 아니냐 뭐 이런 얘기도 있습니다.
굉장히 창의적인 말씀이네요.
아니 그렇잖아요. 또 50bp
비웃네.
25bp만 내리자고 반대표 던졌다는 게 약간은
굉장히 창의적인
이제 인기가 연장될 거라고
발언이네 아주.
그래서
25bp만 해도 괜찮겠다 이런 생각일 수도 있지 않을까.
이렇게 같이 나란히 앉아서 방송하는 것 자체가 영광일 텐데. 야, 이제는 그냥 거의 맘먹은 정도의 깜냥이 됐네.
이 이중적인 두 가지 측면, 그러니까 고용, 물가 이 측면에서 모두 위험이 지금 균형을 이루고 있다고 판단하는 어떤 단계, 지금 이 성명서 내용을 보면 거기에 접어들었다는 거죠. 그래서 이런 지금 현재 어떤 동결 입장 이걸 바꾸려면 데이터가 바뀌어야 돼요.
제가 해선 브리핑
그런 얘기를 했습니다. 즉
정리할 때
중립금리라고 하기는 어렵다.
5개
중립금리 어떤로 여겨지는 어떤
또는 이제 많이 보면 8개까지 봐요.
사실 뭐 중립금리가 어디에
그 중에
너무나 항상
김현석 특파원 저분이 컬럼 쓴 거는 무조건
부분이라고 보고
그거를 이제 틀로 잡고 이제 정리를 하는 거예요.
라고 주장을 하고 있는 건데 지금
왼쪽에 빛나는색 특허 얘기도 좀
링리더가 이 기존에는
좀 섞어주고
8% 정도 유지를 했다가
또 여기 또 안 보이는 또 김종학 특파원도 있어요.
좀 내려왔고요.
다 잘하는 것 같아요. 정말 진짜 인재예요.
전에 8% 7점 몇 %였다가 지금 13%까지 오늘 13.5%까지 빠르게
올라가 50bp
그거 외에 보는 거는 이제
사실 저희가
2대1리에 2대1리에 김상현 기자 그분
얼마나 있는 것인지
그분 정리하는 내용은 굉장히 또 날카롭고
이해할 것 같기도 합니다.
제가 아까 오늘 패드를 저는 달러
그리고 연합뉴스에 또 뭐 기자
분명히
정리해놓은 내용도 괜찮고
파월장에게 나올 거예요. 예, 그런데 거기에 대해서 지금 방금 전에
그리고 한국경제 그 당잠사 당신이 잠든 사이에
패드 부의장이죠.
그것도 보고
1년 반 전. 까지만 해도 부의장이고 지금 핀코인
거기에 주 앵커가 신인규 앵커라고
블룸버그 TV에 나와서 달러에 대해서
뉴욕 특파원이었었는데 뉴욕 특파원이었을 때는 좀 빚을 못 보다가 귀국해서 좀 메인 앵커 하고 있고
이렇게 얘기를 할 거다.
얘기하고 싶지 않다.
언급하지 않을 거다.
다들 보면 다들 똑똑하신 분들이야. 날카로워요.
지수 기준으로만 봤을 때는 동결하고 나서 확 올라가긴 했습니다. 아무래도
분석도 날카롭고 칼럼도
오늘 좀
날카롭고 뭐
회복하는 그런 추세였기도 했고요. 6월 이후로 계속해서
그러니까 과거의 어떤 꼰대 스타일이 아니야. 거기서 확 벗어났어요. 그래서 요즘 뭐 MG 스타일이라고 해야 되나?
라면서 경제에 대한 평가가 그냥 완만한 속도에서 탄탄한 속도로 상향 조정이 됐고 고용 문제를 이제 주요 우려 사항에서 제외.
어떤 내용을 얘기할 때 얼버무리고 뭐 대충 얼렁뚱땅 그게 없어요. 정확하고 날카롭고
여기에 대해서
좀 간결하고 쉽게
얘기를 했네요.
이렇게 좀 전달을 해 주시는 것들이 굉장히 정말 진짜 도움이 많이 됩니다.
이런 것을 반영해서인지는 모르겠지만 지금 달러는 상승폭을 좀 높이고 있고요. 0.5%까지 지금 24시간 전보다 올라와서 다시 97을 향해서 좀 올라가고 있습니다. 이러면 우리 환율도 조금 다시 올라왔겠네요.
오늘은 조금 되돌리는 게 맞겠죠. 원래 가려면 이렇게 가야지. 너무 이렇게 가면 다시 이 조정을 받게 됩니다. 그래서 오늘 뭐 살짝 어제 1.3% 오늘 0.5% 되돌리고 내일 또 1.3 이렇게 되면 좋겠네요.
쭉 내려가는 트렌드.
그래서 제가 해선 시황 브리핑 정리를 할 때
것이다라는 의견이 압도적으로 많기는 합니다. 트럼프 대통령으로서는 본인이
평균 한 3시간은 걸려요.
기본적으로의 재산업화 이런 것이 가능하려면은 또 무역 적자를 줄이고 하려면은 달러가 약한 것이 더 유리하기 때문에 달러
적으면 2시간, 많으면 3시간보다 더 많을 수도 있어. 4시간, 5시간.
AB 페더럴 크레딧의 헤더롱 이코노미
틈틈이 이렇게 보고
오늘 가장
정리하고 하니까.
현재의
자 이제 요거 1월
금방도 금리를 인하
대한민국하고 1.25% 차
가장 중요한
유지
것은
기준금리
페드가 솔리드한 이코노미를 보고 있다는 거예요. 즉 탄탄한 경제 상황을 보고 있기 때문에 그리고 전마켓에 대해서 좀 더 걱정을 좀 줄였기 때문에 지금으로서는 당분간은 금리를 동결하지 않겠냐라는 얘기를 하고 있습니다.
결국 지금 성명문밖에 나오지 않은 상황에서는 이 경제 상황에 대한 평가 문구가 유일한 지금 단서이기 때문에 이것은 확실하게 이전
71.75까지 아까 73에서 내가 대기하고 있었는데
반영을 하고 있는 상황이고요.
71.75
기자회견에
좀 누를 것 같은데.
수가 있겠죠.
좀 더 올리겠 3분봉 보니까 조금 더 올리겠네.
에 대해서는 사실 성명문이 나오기 전부터 계속 오르는 추세.
조금만해서 쌈바닥 짝꿍댕이 만들고 있네.
그래서 기존에도 그러기는 했지만은 역시나 이제 미국 장기채는 더 이상 해지로서
파월 형님 등장 2분 전
유동성이 너무 커지고 있어서 이제 뭐 관세로 인한 뭐 부채 우려 이런 것들 때문에 장기 수익률이 계속 올라가고 있고 일본에서도 마찬가지로 금리가 올라가고 있는 것도 미국에 영향을 주고 있기 때문에 이런 이유로 미국과 일본의 장기채는 언더웨이 비중 축소를
일단 파월 등장하고
오늘 발표를 했고요. 그게 또 이런
그래프턴으로 시작하겠죠. 예전에는 그래프턴은 레이디스 앤 젠틀맨 지금은 이제 그래프턴만 하죠.
핑미라고
그리고 이제 모두 연설, 기조 연설. 그냥 FOMC성명서 내용 그냥 컨트롤 C, 컨트롤 V 한 내용 거의. 이제 파월의 어떤 그 발언은 기자들하고 Q&A 할 때 질의응답
반대표를 던졌는데
이제 파월의 견해를 얘기를 하겠죠. 거기서 좀 비둘기파적인 내용이 나온다 그러면 시장이 상방상방.
패드가
좀 그러지 않을까요?
솔리드하다고 업그레이드한 거 이게 인터레스팅.
자 50초
흥미롭다.
전 파월 등장.
얘기를 했습니다. 자기네들이 보기에는 경제가 12월부터 1월 사이에 뭐 엄청 바뀐 게 없었는데 이렇게 평가를 했다라면서 이 패드가 아무래도 고용에 대해서 덜 걱정하게 된 것은 전반적으로 봤을 때 매파적이다라고 설명을 했습니다.
사실 이 르네상스 매크로의 닐 두타 같은 경우는 링리더와 되게 비슷한 이야기를 해왔던 분으로 기억을 하는데 결국 지금 고용이 굉장히 사실 좋지 못하다. 그리고 주택 시장이 저렇게 냉각되어 있는 게
116보다 더 밀겠네. 116보다 더 밀고 난 다음에 반등.
지표다라고
시가 111.25
현재
지켜요.
경제가 견고하게 성장했다라고 하는 거는 자기들이 볼 때는 맞지 않다라고 평가를 하기 때문에 더더욱 이런 이야기를 합니다.
자, 파월 등장.
그동안 사실
시가에서 반등한다. 112.
얘기를 한 곳이 몇 곳 있었는데
그냥 쏘네. 112.
그러다 보니까
112 지켜.
매수 주문이 접수되었습니다.
파월빔.
네. 파월장
매수 주문이 체결되었습니다.
112.
제가 사후 해설하도록 하겠습니다.
시가 지키면서 반등. 아이씨. 안 되겠다.
매도 주문이 체결되었습니다.
나왔어요. 쫄려.
Squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The U.S. economy expanded at a solid pace last year and is coming into 2026 on a firm footing. While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy rate unchanged. Having lowered our policy rate by 75 basis points over the course of our previous 3 meetings,
파월빔 나오네.
we see
흔들면서
the
그냥
stance of
쏘네.
monetary policy
아이.
as appropriate to promote progress toward both
나한테가
our
코너
maximum
같아서
employment and
나와버렸어.
2% inflation goals. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace.
74까지 갔어.
Consumer spending has been resilient, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has remained weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government likely weighed on economic activity last quarter, but these effects should be reversed as the reopening boosts
112
growth
근처까지 또
this
옵니다.
quarter. In the labor market,
시가 근처에서 또
indicators
반등하지
suggest that
않을까?
conditions may be stabilizing after a period of
와리가리.
gradual softening. The unemployment rate was 4.4% in December and has changed little in recent months. Job gains have remained low. Total non-farm payrolls declined at an average pace of 22,000 per month over the last 3 months. Excluding government employment, private payrolls rose at an average pace of 29,000 per month.
실업률은 최근 몇 달 동안 거의 변화가 없고 일자리 증가는 뭐 여전히 미미하다.
Due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, show little change in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.9% over the 12 months ending in December, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.0%.
시가 못 지킨다.
Readings largely reflect inflation in the goods sector, which has been boosted by the effects of tariffs.
108.5.
In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing in the services sector. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from last year's peaks, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our
닉티미라우스
policy
기자
actions are
역시
guided by our
맨 앞에
dual
앉아있네.
mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. Since last September, we've lowered our policy rate 75 basis points, or 0.75 of a percentage point, bringing it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral. This normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2%, once the effects of tariff increases have passed through.
지난 9월부터 세 차례 인하했죠. 75bp. 그래서 중립적인 추정치 범위 내에 진입했다. 그래서 동결을 했다.
Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We at the Fed will continue to do our jobs with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thank you. I wanted to ask that you attended the Supreme Court hearing last week on the Lisa Cook case, and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent criticized that as political.
아까부터
Can
계속
you
봤던
say why you
자리가
attended and what you would say in response to
음전
the Secretary's criticism?
So let me start with I don't respond to comments by other officials, whoever they may be. It's just not appropriate to do that. I will tell you why I attended. I would say that that case is perhaps the most important legal case in the Fed's 113-year history. And as I thought about it, I thought it might be hard to explain why I didn't attend. In addition, Local went to a Supreme Court case famously in, I guess, 1985 or so. So it's precedented, and I thought it was an appropriate.
자, 이제 모두 연설 끝났고
And then just quickly follow on
Q&A.
The job market. You mentioned last month that the household survey might be distorted, and you also mentioned the potential for overcounting jobs, which would suggest that we're still in a negative hiring pace. So do you see the drop in the unemployment rate as solid? And what's the basis for saying that things have stabilized? Thank you.
So, yeah, really two questions. One is, so we're getting through the distortions in the data from the shutdown. However big they were in November, they're smaller in December. So we're getting to a place where they're no longer material. They're still there, but it's a tweak here and there. The reason why we changed the statement, let me pull it out, was simply, it used to say that judges that downside risks to employment rose in recent months. So we saw, data coming in which suggests some signs of stabilization. I wouldn't go too far with that, but some signs of stabilization. There are also some signs of continued cooling. And so we thought that was no longer an accurate description of the data. In addition, the outlook for economic activity has clearly improved since the last meeting, and that should matter for labor demand and for employment over time. So for those two reasons, we thought we would take that language out of the statement.
Nick Timmer's The Wall Street Journal. Chairman, you've generally avoided engaging with political controversies directly, and the video statement on January 11th was a departure. What made this different, and are you concerned it could draw the institution further into political debates?
So today I'm simply going to refer you to the statement that I made on January 11th. I'm not going to expand on it or repeat it. So I'm just not going to. This is really about the press conference and the economy and what we did today.
1월 11일에 저 연준 홈페이지에다가 동영상 올렸었죠.
The Fed has responded to the subpoenas.
I have nothing for you on that today.
트럼프가 기소한 복권에 대해서 형사수사를 한다고.
Have you made a decision on whether you would remain as a governor of the Federal Reserve? If so, would you tell us what it is? And if not, when might we anticipate a decision?
No, and I really, once again, have nothing for you on that today. That either.
Why would you want to leave at all under the circumstances?
저 아까 그 올파 형님이 이렇게 질문 보니까 파월이 연준에 계속 남아 있을 가능성 이사직으로 연준의 이사가 물러나고 5월 이후에 이사직으로 남을 수 있는데 뭐 결정했냐 물어보니까 아직 결정 안 했대요. 드릴 말씀이 없답니다.
Need your similar answer. we've seen quite big movements in the dollar over recent days. What do you think is driving the US currency lower? And have you been at all concerned just by the extent of the volatility we've seen this week? Thank you.
민감한 질문하네.
We don't comment on the dollar. Really, the administration, especially the Treasury
최근 달러
Department,
약세에 대해서
has a job of
질문을 하네.
oversight over the currency. And so, and
전동세에
exchange rates and all that, we don't
대해서
comment
좀
on that. It's not our
걱정하냐. 아, 연준은 맞아. 이 통화 달러에 대해서 언급하지 않아. 재무부랑 착착부에서 어떤 그런 액션을 취할 수는 있지만 언급은 안 한답니다. 그냥 연준의 이중 책무, 인플레 잡는 거 물가, 그리고 고용 최대 고용 그 두 가지. 다 회피하네요. 질문에 다 회피하네요. 달러 나오니까 예, 알아주면 와리가리 내 거 체결해. 아씨 진짜 26, 119에서 기다리고 있네.
Clear improvement in the outlook for growth. The data have come in, and sentiment, the beige book, everything comes in suggesting that this year starts off on a solid footing for growth. Inflation performed about as expected, and as I mentioned, some of the labor market data came in suggesting we're evidence of stabilization. So it's overall a stronger forecast. It really, if that's your question.
아 그렇죠. 연준 베이지북으로 각종 데이터를 볼 수 있죠.
So we haven't made what we
12개 지역의 연방은행
after this meeting, after the 3 recent rate cuts.
아니 아직 안 나왔죠. 야 체결 안 해 또. 불안하게 25까지 왔네. 119 대기인데.
Incoming data implications for and the implications for and the outlook and the balance of risks. Haven't made any decisions about future meetings, but
25에서 가는 거 이거 찐인 것 같아.
The unemployment rate has been broadly stable, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. So we'll be looking to our goal variables and letting the data light the way for us.
49, 39.
Steve Leisman, CNBC, and sticking with questions you might answer. Thank you. You had previously, I believe, described the current policy rate being at the higher end of neutral. And if you look at the longer run, the S&P and the longer run rate, 16 of 19 officials are actually below there on their long run. Is the Fed still in the process of bringing it down towards a middle range of neutral? And what would it take to get there?
So the count I did was that 4 of the 19 were at or above that. And maybe I missed by 1, and I thought it was 4. And if you look at the dealer survey, it was 10 out of 58 where we're at or above. So you're right. It's the higher end of the range. And what we say is it's within the range of plausible estimates. This is the higher end of that range. But so for some people, they think it's neutral. I think, and many of my colleagues think, it's hard to look at the incoming data and say that policy's significantly restrictive at this time. It may be sort of loosely neutral or maybe somewhat restrictive. It's in the eye of the beholder, and of course no one knows with any precision.
매수 주문이 접수되었습니다.
You got to follow up.
I get what you're saying, but some officials have described the Fed being in a mode of bringing it down eventually over time. Are you still in that mode, or is this a place to hang out?
Yeah, no, I would say if you look at the S&P from December, most people had additional normalization. But at the same time, we've done a lot of the process of normalizing. A good piece of it is done with 75 basis points, and before that, 100. It's 175 basis points we've cut since we began cutting in September of 2024. So
4월 연설 끝나면 쭉
3-point
뺐다가 살짝 음전했다가 반등. 이것도 가능하죠.
So we've moved a good way, and we think we're well positioned here to watch how the economy
4월
performs.
기자회견. 기자회견 끝나기 전에 먹어야 돼. 조금이라도.
We think we're well positioned after those 3 cuts to let the data speak to us.
기자회견 끝나면 방향을 예측할 수가 없고.
To what extent did the committee discuss the possibility of cutting at this meeting or in March? And how are you all thinking about the conditions that would merit another rate cut? Is there broad agreement on the committee about what it would take?
So there was broad support on the committee.
3월 금리 인하 가능성에 대해서 한 얼마나 논의를 했냐.
Including among non-voters. So that's where that was. Of course, some people did want to cut and dissented, but committee pretty broadly for holding today.
조건 아닌 자하고
We're not trying to
넓은 논의를
articulate
했대.
a test for when to next cut or whether to cut at the next
몇몇
meeting.
사람들은 금리 인하를 하고 싶어 했고.
As we make decisions meeting by meeting, looking at the incoming data, evolving outlook and all that. And, we're in a position
다음
where,
인하 시기
we
명확하게 하려는 건
still
아니다.
have some tension between employment and inflation, but it's less than it was. I think that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to inflation probably both diminished a bit. So, we'll be looking at that. It's about how you weigh the risks to the two goals and how big those will quantify them. And so there are different views on the committee, and we'll find our way forward as the data evolve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Has the effects of tariffs already moved through the economy on prices?
A lot of it has. So basically, there are many different estimates, and they're all highly uncertain. But most of the overrun in goods prices is from tariffs, and that's actually good news because if it weren't from tariffs, it might mean it's from demand, and that's a harder problem to solve. We do think tariffs are likely to move through and be a one-time price increase. So most of the overshoot, if you were to take that out, inflation, core PCE inflation is running just a bit above 2%, x the effects of tariffs on goods. And the other good news is, if you look away from goods and look at services, you do see ongoing disinflation in all the categories of services. So that's a healthy development. So that's what's going on. The expectation is that we will see the effects of tariffs flowing through goods prices, peaking, and then starting to come down, assuming there are no new major tariff increases that are begun. And that's what we expect to see over the course of this year. If we see that, that would be something that tells us that we can loosen policy. Also, if we see something that suggests that the labor market is not stabilizing, that in fact the downside risks reemerge or the data just get worse, we'd have to look at both of those. We have a two-sided mandate.
If I could, if President Trump does pick a new Fed chairman before May, what does that look like? How would you work with that person, and what does that transition period look like?
I don't have anything for you on that. That will depend on Congress's actions and things like that.
잘 가요, 인사는 뭐네요.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you for taking our questions. Given the changes in the statement and all you've said so far, is it fair to describe risks to both sides of the Band-Aid as roughly balanced right now? And is the next move necessarily down?
I'd say that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to employment have diminished, but they still exist. So there's still some tension between the mandates. Are they fully in balance? Hard to say. And we think our policy's in a good place. I've just discussed reasons why we might change our policy, and we'll just have to see how the data lead us.
슈팅. Expectations were consistent with your mandate. The 2 and the 10-year break-evens have moved quite notably in the last couple of weeks, I believe. Is there any concern on that front?
I mean, I recently looked at all of the both survey and market-based short-term inflation expectations have come way down. They were in a good place at the beginning of last year. They spiked around Liberation Day, and now they've fully retraced in the last few months. So that's very comforting. In the longer term, inflation expectations have remained in places that are very consistent with 2% inflation over time. So expectations have been solid, and they reflect confidence in the return to 2% inflation.
Andrew.
Apologies if this is a little bit repetitive, but in the past you've said that the reason you cut rates was that the risk to the labor market was greater than the risk to the inflation side. Is that still true?
You know, we haven't made. You're right. We saw the labor market weakening, and we acted. And I think that's the appropriate thing to do. We will always act to address what we see as the economy moving away from our goals. Risks to both of the variables are a little less. I think that the upside risk to inflation, again, a little bit less, and the downside risk to employment, a little less. I just would say that I'm not making a judgment about how, one of them is more at risk than the other, just that the risks to both of them have diminished.
Okay, thanks. BIS wrote a paper last summer which concluded that global investors were hedging their dollar exposures in ways that previously they hadn't because of policy uncertainty. Do you agree with BIS?
We really don't see much at all about that whole story. There's just not a lot of data that suggests that there's much to that.
이제 밑에 매수 되는 거는 취소해야 되네요.
New York Times. Can you talk more about what you would need to see in the labor market to conclude it's time to resume easing? Do you need to see further deterioration in the labor market, or would it be enough for inflation to soften?
So we'll always be looking at both things. And so there could be combinations, infinite numbers of combinations that would cause us to want to move. Certainly, a weakening labor market would be an argument for loosening. But what's happening with inflation? If inflation were at the same time getting worse, you just have a very difficult situation there. So we'll be looking at both. Clearly, a weakening labor market calls for cutting. A stronger labor market says that the rates are in a good place. We'll have to be making similar judgments too on inflation now.
And if inflation does pick back up and the labor market doesn't show further signs of deterioration, is there a chance that you could raise rates rather than simply remaining on hold? What would you need to see instead of hiking?
We don't take things off the table, but it isn't anybody's base case right now. Anybody's base case that the next move will be a rate hike. But ultimately we'll do what we think is the right thing. But that's not where people's expectations are right now.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. I wanted to ask, you've talked in the past about concerns about the U.S. fiscal trajectory, and we've seen in the Japanese bond market a lot of turmoil recently, in part due to concerns over their fiscal and long-term economic outlook. So, do you worry that the U.S. at some point find itself in a similar situation to Japan, whether for fiscal or demographic reasons?
Over time, you've seen U.S. rates have remained they haven't moved a lot. Really for a while, but they haven't moved a lot because of what's been happening in Japan. So it's more of an overtime thing. The U.S. federal budget deficit is, uncontroversially on an unsustainable path. The level of debt is not unsustainable. It's very much sustainable, but the path is unsustainable. And the sooner we work on it, the better. But right now we're running a very large deficit at essentially full employment. And so the fiscal picture needs to be addressed. So that's important. I'm not in any way connecting it to some sort of near-term market event, but ultimately it's something we'll have to deal with. And in the end game, that's where you wind up is in some kind of a difficult thing. But that's not where we are. It's not what certainly not where we are right now.
Does it reduce the effect of your rate cuts that longer-term rates have overall not really budged that much?
I wouldn't say that. The thing is, technically, higher longer-term rates means less accommodative financial conditions. But remember, many things move longer-term rates. It's not mostly what happens on the short end. There can be effects of longer-term rates from moving our policy around, but it's much more assessments of the fiscal path and fiscal policies and risks and things like that move the 10-year around. You can look back and find periods where we've been very actively moving the policy rate over the course of a year, and over the course of that year, the 10-year is exactly where it started. So there's not a tight link between 10-year rates and the overnight rate.
Elizabeth.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who sits on the Senate Banking Committee, said he will block any Fed nominee, including the chair, until this investigation into you is resolved. Do you support this move by the
87 지금
senator,
움직이는
and what
펜들
conversations have you
87에서
had
또 가는 것
with
같은데.
the senator?
I've got nothing for you on that.
More broadly, what would happen to American households if the Federal Reserve loses its ability to operate independent from politics?
So really, the point of independence is not to protect policymakers or anything like that. It just is that every advanced economy democracy in the world has come around to this common practice. It's just an institutional arrangement that has served the people well, and that is to have a separation between to not have direct elected official control over the setting of monetary policy. And the reason is that monetary policy can be used, through an election cycle to affect the economy in a way that will be politically worthwhile. So this isn't, I'm not talking about the U.S. context. This is every advanced economy democracy of any size. So it's a good practice. It's pretty much everywhere among countries that look at all like the United States. And I think if you lose that, it's, first of all, it would be hard to restore the credibility of the institution. If people lose their faith that we're making decisions, only on the basis of our assessment of what's best for everyone, for the wide public, rather than trying to benefit one group or another. If you lose that, it's going to be hard to retain it. And we haven't lost it. I don't believe we will. I certainly hope we won't. But it's very important, and the reason it's important is that it's enabled central banks generally not to be perfect, but to serve the public well.
You're confident it can maintain that independence at this point?
Yes. I mean, I'm strongly committed to that, and so are my colleagues.
Archie Hawken, The Economist. On that sort of stabilization of the labour market question, how much do you see the weakening we saw in the past 6 months, year, as a kind of data mirage around immigration, shutdown and so on, that's now resolved? Or how much have we seen a kind of real underlying firming up in the state of the labour market, do you think?
Well, part of it is, to your point, part of it just is that labor supply, growth in labor supply has come to essentially a halt from a fairly fast clip of growth over the last couple of years, driven by immigration, and then the halt being driven by a very sudden stop in immigration. So outcomes were possible with that. Supply came way down. It turns out that demand for labor also came down a very similar amount, maybe just a little bit more, which is why the unemployment rate has gone up. So I don't know whether that's a coincidence or not, but that's what's happened with that part. But if you look at other things, like, for example, just to pick a couple, the Conference Board's measure of job availability that came out, I don't know, was it yesterday or today? But, it shows, it's a survey showing that workers feel like job availability it's a very low reading. It's just one reading, but it's an indication of softening. People, part-time for economic reasons, which is a category within the broader U6 category measure, has moved up significantly. So there are lots of, I could go on and on, there are lots of little places that suggest that the labor market has softened. But you're right, part of payroll job softening is that both the supply and demand for labor has come down. Growth in those two have come down. So that makes it a difficult time to read the labor market. So imagine they both came down a lot to the point where there is no job growth. Is that full employment? In a sense, it is. If demand and supply are in balance, that you could say that's full employment. At the same time, do we really feel like that's a maximum employment economy? It's very challenging and quite unusual situation.
Thanks. And then one more on growth and the kind of strong growth outlook, or strengthening growth outlook you're now seeing. How much of that is the fiscal stimulus we're seeing from the beautiful bill, the tax cuts, and all of that?
So you're seeing it already. You don't have much of the fiscal. I think the outlook is financial conditions and it's fiscal policy for 26. But you've got strong consumption that's been happening before financial conditions have been supported. effects really are shown. So essentially, the economy has once again surprised us with its strength, not for the first time. And, consumer spending, although it's it's uneven across income categories, but consumer spending overall numbers are good, and we're benefiting from the AI build out of data centers. That's another thing we're benefiting from, but. The economy overall, the growth is on a solid footing. It looks like, and it's not just those things. It's just the consumer is filling out surveys that sound really negative and then spending. So there's been a disconnect for some time between downbeat surveys and reasonably good spending data.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Christine Romans from NBC News. You talked about how consumer spending is uneven. The president calls inflation defeated and solved. The FOMC says it's a somewhat elevated inflation. But you talked about those customer survey or those consumer sentiment surveys and public opinion polls that show that most families say the cost of living is still issue number one. What is the conversation around the table with your colleagues about how wealthier consumers seem to be driving so much of the economy, and why so many families still feel like they just can't make ends meet after 5 years of rising prices? What is that discussion like?
So a couple things. One, there's something to it in that we know that higher income households that tend to own real estate and tend to own stocks, securities. And those assets have been going up in value, and increases in wealth do support spending over time. So, and that's clearly a part of the story. We also know that for some time now, for a year or more, we've been hearing from retailers, for example, that serve lower income customers, whether it be food or the big box stores. They're saying the same thing, which is our consumers are looking to economize. They're trading down from brands, and they're buying less, and it's changing their buying habits and that kind of thing. So we're seeing that, and that is a reality of what we're seeing. They're still consuming, but they're feeling it in a different way. I would say more broadly on affordability, we have a vast network through the reserve banks and also through the board of governors where we talk to small and large businesses and households, and so we do hear a lot about affordability, and we take that very seriously, and we take it to heart because one of our jobs is price stability, and so the best thing we can do for people who are feeling that squeeze is to keep inflation under control and, frankly, to finish the job of getting inflation back down to 2%.
You mentioned the AI build-out as being positive for economic growth this year. I wonder, as you look at the weakest year last year for job creation, of a non-recession year since like 2003, are you concerned about AI maybe supplanting more entry-level work and entry-level jobs, and how does that play into what you're watching about the labor market?
So everyone, of course, is watching AI and the deployment and, trying to understand exactly what's happening. And there's a wide range of possibilities. It's hard to say. And of course, anyone who uses it is amazed at what it can accomplish, right? So every technological wave will eliminate some jobs and create other jobs. And it's always been the case. If you look back, wave after wave after wave, there will be some disruption, but ultimately technology increases productivity, which is the basis for rising wages. And it may not all happen immediately, but over time, it's what enables incomes to rise over time is rising productivity. So we always ask, well, this is going to be different, is it going to be different? And we don't know. And we may, in any case, see in the short term jobs that are being eliminated by the capabilities of AI. We may see that. We just don't know what the overall effect is going to be. So how to think about it in macroeconomic terms, it's very hard. We can look at the aggregate data. We can analyze, for example, there is some connection, it appears, between the low hiring rate for recent college grads and AI, but it's not the main or only driver. You hear large companies, though, many of them saying that they either won't be hiring for some time, or that they're hiring less, or that they're laying people off, and they tend to refer to AI when they do that. So we're all watching and learning, and it could certainly have pretty significant effects on the economy, the workforce, and our society. We don't really have the tools to address the concerns that may arise, but we have a lot of people who focus on analyzing it and try to understand what the macroeconomic implications are, which is our job.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Beyi from AFP News Agency. You mentioned earlier that on inflation, the broad expectation was for a one-time price increase and then for inflation to come down. And I was wondering, is your expectation still for inflation to start cooling in the second half of 2026? And if you could elaborate how far we are from target currently. Thank you.
So how far we are from target is, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we had 3.0% core PCE inflation over the 12 months ending in December, and that's pretty much what we had the year before. So on net, no progress, but the story behind that is modestly positive in that most of the overshoot was in goods prices, which we think is related to tariffs, and ultimately we think those will not result in inflation as opposed to a one-time price increase. Okay, so that's where it is. In terms of, you asked, so no one thinks they will, ex ante understand really clearly, precisely when this will happen. But there's an expectation that sometime in the middle quarters of the year, we'll see tariff inflation topping out. So what we do is when a tariff is put in place, we track the effect of those tariffs over a 6, 7, 8, 9 month period, and you can see for that tariff how long it takes to reach a place where it's affected the price level, and that's it. So we're getting better at that, and our estimate is that it'll be sometime in the middle of the year, but I wouldn't look for great precision in that. But we'll be able to see whether things are moving in that direction. I think we'll be able to see.
Thanks, Chair Powell. I'm Richard Escobedo with CBS News. I want to look outside the U.S. about what's happening outside our shores and how it impacts the U.S. Canada's Prime Minister said last week that there's been a rupture in the global order, and I wonder how you're thinking about geopolitical risk as it relates to the U.S. economy.
So I can't comment on that speech or statement or anything like that. Geopolitical risk for us is, a lot of it is around energy, oil. And so far we haven't, for all the turmoil, oil prices have come down, and so we don't really see much. Longer than that, it's trade, and the trade, our economy has pulled through pretty well, you have to say, given the very significant changes in trade policy. The U.S. economy has pushed right through. Partly that is that the way that what was implemented was significantly less than what was announced at the beginning. In addition, other countries didn't retaliate, and in addition, a good part of it hasn't been passed through to consumers yet. It's being taken by companies that stand between the consumer and the exporter. So that's where that is.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. With third quarter GDP growing at 4.4% and the fourth quarter expected to have a 5 handle on it as to what the Atlanta Fed is predicting, at a time when you had a government shutdown and we thought that was going to shave off some growth, you've also got the fiscal tailwinds. You've talked about big tax refunds coming, potential tariff dividend. How could you cut rates and not spur inflation in that environment?
Well, we didn't cut rates today, but it depends on how fast potential output is growing, right? I'm just asking in principle. I'm not saying this is what's happening, but there's growth and there's how fast the potential is growing, and at a time of high productivity growth, potential output is rising. So it really matters.
올해 그러니까 돈이 많이 풀려요, 미국에.
Is growing as fast as actual output, and it would matter over time.
트럼프 감세,
대규모, you need to look at 12 months.
세금 환급,
GDP can be very lumpy.
관세 배당금이 또 있을 수도 있고. 제가 금리 인하 하반기에
numbers were nothing like that. It was more in the mid twos for the year.
And how do you explain the divide right now between strong economic growth and the job market? Is it productivity that's filling the gap? And is productivity being driven by AI at this point?
So there has been, you're right, there has been a divide of solid growth, but what looked like a weakening labor market. And that can be explained by rising productivity. But I would say we do see signs of certainly of the unemployment rate stabilizing. So it may be we're seeing the beginning of the resolution of those two things. Also, as you probably know, the lore is that when GDP and the labor market get into an argument, in the end, the labor market data is more reliable. GDP data is just very hard to collect and understand, but nonetheless, I think we may be seeing that tension resolving a little bit. Too soon to say with any confidence, though.
Matt Egan with CNN. Chair Powell, after today, you have 2 meetings left.
GDP 데이터하고 고용시장 데이터하고
experienced a lot during your time as Fed chair.
고용시장 데이터
presidents. I'm wondering what advice you have for whoever your successor might be.
GDP 데이터 수집하고 해석하는 거 매우 어렵고.
Honestly, I'd say a couple of things. One is stay out of elected politics. Don't get pulled into elected politics. Don't do it. And that's another thing. Another is our window into democratic accountability is Congress. And it's not a passive burden for us to go to Congress and talk to people. It's an affirmative, regular obligation. If you want democratic legitimacy, you earn it by your interactions with our elected overseers. And so it's something you need to work hard at, and I have worked hard at it. So, and the last thing is, it's easy to criticize government institutions so many ways. I will tell whoever it is, you're about to meet the most qualified group of people you not only have ever worked with, you will ever work with. And when you meet Fed staff, and not everybody's perfect, but there isn't a better cadre of professionals more dedicated to the public well-being than work at the Fed.
Thanks for that answer. If I may follow up, as I'm sure you've noticed, gold and silver prices have experienced historic gains of late. And I'm wondering how much attention, if any, you pay to those moves and what message you may take from these significant price increases we've seen for precious metals.
Don't take much message macroeconomically. The argument can be made that we're losing credibility or something. It's simply not the case. If you look at where inflation expectations are, our credibility is right where it needs to be. So we look at those things. We don't get spun up over particular asset price changes, although we do monitor them, of course.
Nicole, for the last question.
Hi, Nicole Goodkind-Barron's. Some prominent critics have charged that the Fed's economic models are somewhat backward-looking, but should be more forward-looking, incorporating things like productivity increases from AI. How do you incorporate future developments into your analysis and decision-making, and do you have an answer to those critics?
Yeah, so by and large, those criticisms, as somebody on the inside, they just don't make sense. Every FOMC participant writes down a forecast every quarter, right? A summary of economic projections, and that's the basis for how we think about the economy. So, the other thing is, what an economic model can do is it can grind up all the data for the last number of years, 50 years, let's say, and it can identify what are the relationships between variables A, B, C, D, and all that kind of thing. And it can tell you if you change one of those variables, this is what should happen in the macroeconomy. That's just the way it works. However, the structure of the macroeconomy is constantly changing. For example, we hadn't had a pandemic in 100 years. It wasn't in the model. And we knew it from the very beginning. It was not in the model. A trade war of this scope, we'd never had that in 100 years. And so there's great uncertainty at different points. Another thing I'll say is, when it comes to, technological developments that raise potential output, some kind of technological renovation,
다 도란프가 재직할 때야.
like happened in the 90s here and
100년 동안 팬데믹을 겪어보지도 않았고 100년 동안 이 정도 규모 무역 전쟁이 일어난 적도 없고 다 도란프고.
And also that it may not. We're not. No one's sitting.
그래서 연준이 가정하고 있는 그 모델 ABCD의 어느 모델에도 해당되지 않은 그 변수들이 툭툭 튀어나오니까
We've been talking about it that whole time. So it's very much on our minds, and we are well aware that higher productivity means higher potential output, and it changes the way you think about potentially inflation, growth, labor market, and all those things. That's all in our models. I mean, if it's just a question of using better models, bring them on. Where are they? We'll take them. But I think, we certainly are in contact with anybody who does economic modeling, and we're always looking to do better at that. But that's how I think about that.
And just a quick follow-up. We've been talking a lot about tariffs and passing through, and we've been talking a lot about them for the past few months. The trade landscape is still in a constant state of flux. Announcements, threats, negotiations are all frequently changing. So I'm wondering how you actually track these, what data or channels are most critical to follow this in real time.
Trade?
Yeah, the impact of tariffs and how they're changing.
Yeah, I think our staff has done a really nice job on that, and they've kind of put it together in real time. So as I mentioned, a tariff gets put in place, you can pretty much track its effects on pricing and on everything, and so you build a model up from all of the tariffs. At the beginning, it was very much of a forecast. Now it's every cycle that goes by, it becomes more informed by actual data, and our forecasts were not far off. What changed was
이 AI 번역이 진짜 안 좋아요. 예전에 한경글로벌 동시 통역했던 그 여성분 진짜 잘했는데.
And then the other thing is the pass-through didn't know how fast that was going to be to consumers, didn't know how much exporters would take, how much companies in the middle would take, and how much the consumer would take. And it turns out it's a lot of companies in the middle who, by the way, are pretty strongly committed to passing the rest of it through, which is one of the reasons why we need to keep our eye on inflation and not declare victory prematurely.
Thank you.
We're done?
We're done.
Okay.
We're done. 끝났네요. We're done. We're done. 끝났네.
Before our future turned into the past, I trace your face with trembling hands, wondering where it all went.
과거하고 이전에 FOMC 하고 차트 움직임이 영 딴판이네, 그렇죠? 진폭도 뭐 좋고 파월 기자회견에서 시장이 그냥 신나 파월 빔 이런 것도 없고 파월 돌아가고 난 다음에 되돌림 이런 것도 없네. 조금은 실망스러운 FOMC 1월 FOMC 너무 예측이 다 됐던 거라 시장에 뭐 이 기존에 이미 다 반영이 된 그런 거다 생각을 하나 봐요. 자, 오늘 고생 많으셨습니다. 이 늦은 시간까지 함께 해주셔서 너무너무 감사. 내일 목요일 저녁 9시 내일 다시 뵙겠습니다. 굿밤 되시고 입장 야선 세요. 그래요. 역시 그래. 자, 내일 저녁 9시 다시 뵙겠습니다. 자, 내일 다시 봬요. See you. 땡큐 감사. 방송 여기서 종료할게요. 감사합니다. 내일 뵐게요.
Now I'm staring at your face in black and white, trying to remember how it felt when we were right. But the image cracks and starts to fade.